Hello, folks. I hope you guys are ready for something completely different because today's gonna get weird. We're gonna be in and out of the creation kit. You guys are gonna see my Notepad++ disaster. Probably gonna show you our bug reports in depth, and I'm hoping that this ends up being like a learning experience for all of us. So like you guys can see kind of the process I go through. I mean, ultimately, the real goal is I want to get a few more bugs fixed for Friday's patch, and I was running out of time for the week, and I thought a couple of you guys have been asking me to do live bug fixing, and I'm like, here's the night, let's try it, we'll see how it goes, we'll see if you guys enjoy this. We'll see if I actually get any work done, because it's going to be, like, even though you guys aren't over my shoulder, it still kind of gives me that vibe of, like, I gotta work a little smoother. It's one of the things I actually love, I work from home, and I love about it is that I work kind of sloppy, and I have like my own methods, and like a lot of people, like when they see how I approach certain things, they're just like, why don't you do it this way or this way? Because I didn't learn coding the traditional way. I kind of was self-taught, and I learned haphazardly from, some from books, some from other people, some from tutorials, some from looking at scripts, and it's just kind of I got a messy way of working, and I get like self-conscious about it. So like when I'm working with other people, I go slow usually. So I'm curious if that's going to happen today, or if I've been doing this so long now, and that's also something like I'm remembering from my past. I haven't worked in an office proper for like over 10 years, and I'm fairly certain I'm way more confident in myself than back then, so could be that I'm worried about nothing. But this, like, it's just a nagging little thing itching the back, so like, you're gonna be real awkward here showing people how you work. So we'll see how this goes. But I really am hoping we solve some bugs, and then I think what I'm gonna do once I've got the bugs on my list fixed is I might start just like letting you guys tell me what to fix. You guys tell me what bugs are bothering you, and hopefully throughout this little stuff where I'm showing you guys, you can maybe show me, or I can show you guys how to do better bug reporting, because that's like a skill in itself. There's a reason, like, companies have QA departments, because it's not just like not anybody can test. You gotta learn a good process. But hello, folks. Hopefully my volume's good, and I'm probably gonna go through all that explanation again. That was me training the explanation to hopefully de-wordify it when we get to 9 o'clock and we start proper. But I am going to show you guys, I happened to fix one right before I started the stream, because I was getting my like setup of like, okay, how can I do this? Because I don't want to reveal a bunch of personal information. So like, obviously if we're going to be on my desktop a lot, the chance goes up high of that. I probably should have just like moved all my files from my desktop somewhere in case there's any like, anything with like my full name or something sitting on the desktop, which there might be. I don't know. I hope not. So I'm gonna try and just tab between a few things that I know are safe to you guys to see. I also didn't want to leak anything with chapter 3. I had, like, when I started the day, I probably had stuff for the trailer open on my desktop, and like all the scripts for the chapter 3 mechanics, and I think most of that I got that under cover now. Okay, let's see here. I'm reading through, trying to see if anybody have any comments on my volume. Am I good? How's the game music? Oh, Skywise, volume is good. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll just go ahead and do this one first before the proper stream starts at 9, because I still like to stick to that. That's what I posted earlier in the day. But for now, we'll just go through a little one that I already solved. So I'm going to go to, well, first I'm going to load in the game, because the music, while I love it, is very loud. Okay, so I'm loading up a save that Sasori sent me. So Sasori has learned exactly how to make perfect bug reports, in my opinion. Probably because she's just learned when I actually fix bugs, she reports, and so she started doing that for the ones she posts up. So I'm going to show you guys if I can find the right tab. Here it is. So here's our issue tracker. We use GitHub, and you can see we have 143 issues right now. We try and tag them when we're like any of them that have like this enhancement tag. Those end up being pretty low priority, and there's probably like 50 of those. Where those are things like, okay, if I'm just looking for something to make things prettier, then I'll go tinker with that. But otherwise, those end up low issue, or like a subtitle. Those end up being really low priority. So it looks like we have more than we actually do. I would say we probably have 50 good bug reports in here that I can act on today. Well, not today, because each of them takes hours, as you're about to find out. So here is a typical bug report that helps me immensely with actually tracking down a bug. So what Sasori has done here is done a list of the quests, exactly what goes wrong, what settings are involved. So like this is the HQ audio radio. So right now with this patch that we're about to do Friday, one of my goals and like big, I wouldn't say features, but big fixes is to get the HQ radio feeling better. I want it to like work without causing problems. Like I don't want it to be I don't want it to lock people up. I want people to have the option to like turn off the auto contact, like just give people the options to make it go smooth. And basically like all the testing of like what happens, where it gets stuck, and then includes save files that can instantly repeat it. And the save file has only the minimum mods. Like you guys saw the little load order thing that I had that came up. There was like maybe 6 or 7 mods I don't have, and none of them are a big deal. They're things like the unofficial patch and stuff. So I can totally work with that kind of save. And then we just kind of go back and forth and get down to the barrow, and we've got it all narrowed down to there's only, as far as we know, there's only one remaining bug, and that we're using the version 3 public beta. And now I have tinkered with this a little bit today. And so we're fixing an issue in the public beta where when Jake contacts you for moving day, it gets stuck. Now I've already figured it out, but I wanted to walk you guys through my process of how I figure this out. It does look like it actually is going to, it resolves itself. I can see the Pip-Boy went away, but, so what I need to do to figure out a bug like this, like why is it, the bug reported with it was Jake contacts you, says his first line. Let me look up the scene. So I've got the CK open here too. Says his first line, which is, scroll up here. Here we go. It's just like, hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? And then the quest was getting stuck and no explanation for why that was happening. So I'm sure any of you who have tried this in the public beta, and I think I saw at least one other person post that. I have the forum open here. Someone around here I think had posted that as well. So anyway, so that's our like confirmed remaining issue with HQ Radio that I'm aware of. Maybe you guys will have some more for me to tinker with after this. So I've got to figure out, okay, so usually when the HQ radio stops working, it's because of this function. So I'm going to show you guys some code now. This will be fun to look at for those of you who don't know how to code. Where is MQ Master? You can see I have a lot of files open. Yes, I know I need to switch to an IDE, but maybe next game. I don't have time to relearn something. I got too many projects on my list. So in MQ Master C2, there's this thing called N2A radio, and I have all these different ways for it to trigger so that way people can't get stuck. So the default options we're going to have going live with the patch are going to be to continue to work similar to the way it did prior to the patch, which is like, but rather than going to third person, which I know is problematic for a lot of people, who are keeping it in first person, but we want people to have multiple ways to exit. So one of those ways is to switch to third person. And then another way is to open the Pip-Boy. So I have all these different methods of detecting what the player's doing, but we have no perfect way because we have to do a lot of hacky stuff when we're making mods for the creation kit. So detecting when the player opens a Pip-Boy or whether they're first and third person is not even guaranteed to work. So I have to do all these like goofy stuff, like see this start timer. We have to loop a timer and I have to keep double checking just to make sure. So one of my assumptions that a lot of times when the lines play, so you know, Jake says his line like, hello, testing 1, 2, 3, and then it gets stuck. Like, let me try it right now. So we're going to go ahead and run the HQ radio. We're going to call him back effectively. Call Jake, exit Pip-Boy. See if it even works here, if it's going to play the first line. So right now it's not even playing the first line. Oh, there it goes. It's a little slow.
Hello? Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, can you hear me?
So when it ends like that, my first assumption is, okay, something called N2A radio. So how do I figure that out? So the first thing I did to try and troubleshoot this is I went to all the different calls for N2A radio in our script, and I added a log trace. So this is going to log out and tell me what circumstances decided it was time to end the radio. So then I looked at my log, and we're going to not reload because I already found it, and it says player is in a scene already and waiting for it to end. So what this is saying is it didn't end. The scene is still running, and it tells me what scene. So now I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to check this scene. So I'm going to make sure that it is playing and that Papyrus isn't wrong. So I do something like is scene playing, and you can find all these commands online. And then I can see, yep, it is playing. Okay, so it's not that the HQ radio is ending. Something in the scene is getting stuck. So now I know exactly where to look. So then I go into the scene, and I just had to figure out, okay, so it's something around here is just not completing. So these little actions make up the different scenes. So you have at the start, the player does the and then you get the Jake says his line, and it basically goes through these from top to bottom in each of the phases. So it does phase 1, does them all, then does phase 2, then them all. It's not exactly top to bottom. It's kind of like everything in the same phase plays simultaneously. So it's not getting to phase 3 where the player should have the response. So that means something down here is stuck. So because this action right here, this blue one, is across multiple phases, it could be that one, because that one has to, before it can continue past Jake talking, it has to resolve each time. So I look at this and I can see ignore for completion. So that's a good thing. Ignore for completion means it doesn't matter if it finishes, the next phase can play anyway. That's what you want for those long ones that go across phases. So then the last one to look at is this one, action 14. And what this is doing is it's having the player face Jake. This one does not have ignore for completion. So I know that this one is the problem because it doesn't have ignore for completion, and I created myself a little script to confirm it. So this is actually something I've been considering releasing to the community. If any of you out there are quest designers looking for some more utilities, I can release this. But I found that there's a papyrus script called is action complete, and you can see these little individual pieces are called actions. So I can use that number and write the little command, this command I wrote, to find out if a part where it's stuck. So I can check, okay, well, let's check did going back to like, did Jake's line complete? So his is action 2. So I do this, I wrote this little script, kg util show is scene action complete. Then I need the scene number, so CO23643, and then it's 2. So we do that. Action 2 is complete with the scene. Okay, great. So it's not Jake's fault. So that means now I can test the other ones. Well, to skip going over them, we're just going to check 14. And we can see 14 is not completed. So that's where the scene is stuck right now. So all I need to do is put ignore for complete. Now, the reason that this is stuck, and there's probably another HQ radio scene that's a similar thing, is what we had done prior to last patch. So in 2.2.2, I got rid of the third-person camera, and I got rid of AI player control. So the way we were able to make the player go to third person and like look at their Pip-Boy is we basically turned them into an NPC temporarily, but that doesn't work for everybody. I find that that's actually why, for those of you guys who have problems with where there's smoke, where you go to pull your gun out on Aiden, that's the same thing. We're doing AI controlled player. I'm going to make the same adjustments to that quest as I've done to this one, is I'm going to probably have to default it to like, don't AI control the player, and then people can turn that option on for the more cinematic experience. But I want the default to just work for everybody. That's kind of how I'm approaching it now. When we released, we were like, we got to go razzle dazzle. But now I'm more interested in, I just want everybody to have a good experience. If it looks cool for 50% of you and the other 50% can't get through it, was it worth it, right? Like, so I know that this is going to fix this already because we know exactly where the scene's going to get stuck. At bare minimum, it's going to let us go to the next scene, and we'll play all through it and make sure everything works out. So now that I've made these adjustments, so one of the reasons that I like having saves ready and why this helps me so much that Sasori sent me a save that's right at the problem point is now all I have to do is exit the game. I save my plugin here with this potential fix because, to do proper science, you want to adjust one thing at a time. Like if I adjusted 10 different things, I don't know which I fix. Now, sometimes I will shortcut that. That is like we all do it. We all shortcut sometimes. But if I'm trying to like actually get to the bottom of the problem, I need to approach this with some science. And so to speed that process up, being able to test my hypothesis quickly is pretty important. So I'm going to sort these by date modified. I'm going to grab the edits file I just made. So we use the merging process from the creation kit. So we actually have like these little temporary ESPs we use before we merge them into the main file, which ends up being nice so that if I like screw something up really badly, or if somebody makes like a bad edit, we're not committed to the change immediately. So like I can test this. If it doesn't work, I can just like scrap that file, start it again, and be on our way. So now we pop in, and now because I have this nice save file to test from, it's going to make things real quick. Now, in theory, as soon as I load this up, because the scene is theoretically stuck playing, it should just continue. It should just immediately show my mad dialogue. But if it doesn't, I'll pop open the HQ radio, run it, and then that should play through. So we'll find out in just a second here. King Kettle docks himself. His real name is Sturgis. There we go. See, so it immediately got past that action 14. So now we hit this.
Loud and clear.
Right back at you. I got so distracted by Aiden, I forgot to tell you about your Pip-Boy's upgrade. Well, better late than never. So, congratulations. You are now the proud owner of a fully functional two-way Pip-Boy radio. No more tuning into pre-recorded broadcasts. Now you got the direct line. You can contact anyone at the HQ whenever you like.
Dun, 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 dun. I love that unlock sound. Even though that's a default vanilla sound, it's a good sound. It's a great sound. Okay, we've got our HQ unlocked.
Sounds handy.
Damn right it is. With a two-way radio, you'll no longer have to come all
That was
the way
like an
back
awkwardly
to
long pause. Damn right it is.
contact a lot easier.
And that continues.
Speaking of, how'd it go at the vault? Did you manage to get that Mansfield guy?
Yep.
Oh, great. I look forward to meeting him. Say, what's he like?
He's a very dedicated man.
Why do I get the feeling dedicated really means something else? All right, head on back to the plaza once you're ready, and let's see what this new guy can do.
There we go. And so now the quest is fixed. So that's how I approach bug fixing effectively is I just kind of have to like get and these repeatable saves. Like if I didn't have that repeatable save, then I would have had to spend like 30 minutes setting up a save that was in this scenario. So it would be like getting to this quest with this quest, because even the quest skipping thing takes a long time to run. And then I would have had to hope that I actually triggered it. So when you guys send me these saves where they're minimal load order, you know, like I'll usually, like anybody who's on our Patreon Discord, you know, usually I poke people and say like, hey, how many mods do you have? Because if people give me, you know, if it's a reasonable number, if it's like 20 or 30, like I can either download them or I can try it without. It's the, you know, 100+ mod load orders where it's just like, it's not worth it because the save is going to be butchered when I load it up. But man, these help so much. And then like detailed specific information about like exactly what happened right beforehand and like any relevant options, like those kind of bug reports. You guys do that on the forums, I'll have your bug fixed as soon as someone points me to it, like as soon as it gets put on my desk effectively. Okay, so like we've got that fixed. So now we're gonna exit out again. And now that I know about this little thing with the like some of the little actions that I had put in there for the sake of like just telling the player to look at something, that those are buggy, I'm just going to go double check all our HQ radio scenes and see if there's more of them, because we don't have that many, so it won't take that long. So I'm going to double check all these and make sure none of those are part of that, because even though I was successfully able to play through most of the scenes already, it could have been like a fluke, or, you know, depending on which dialogue options I picked, maybe I bypassed something. So let's see if there's any radio scenes in here. No, not an MQ24. Oh, it's MQ26. That's what I'm looking for. So MQ26 would be Doctor in the House. And we'll check the radio here. So we're going to just go down to the player here and make sure all of his or her things are set to ignore for completion. Okay, this one's good, at least for that bug. If we find another bug, then that'd be a different story. And then MQ27 is Commonwealth Rising. I think this has several radio scenes in it. So we go to radio, scroll down here, ignore for completion, we're good. Okay, radio. There we go, ignore for completion. So this is what bug fixing is like, and why I said we're just going to try this today, because this might be too boring for folks. I'm hoping though at some point one of the bugs, so I have a little list here of bugs I want to fix. I want to fix the MQ23 radio, which is done. You can close that one off. So I want to remote management. A lot of people are having this issue where the Quest remote management will do something with the radio. It gets stuck. It updates their objectives. They go back to HQ and the what's that thing called? The memory launcher isn't there. I want to see if I can replicate that, or if I have a save. So if any of you guys has the memory launcher not appearing issue and has a save file for me, like message me. Where's the best place to message me? Because YouTube's not it, because you can't send me links. So I guess it would probably be to go on the forums and just send me a message there, and then ping me here in chat and tell me, hey, I just sent you a message on the forums with a save file. And you can like put the save file up on Google Drive and just share it publicly and send me the link that way, because I think our forum has a pretty small file size limit. Like you won't be able to upload a huge file there. But remote management's the other one to look. And then I want to try and fix HQ supplies. So you guys have been watching me stream every week. Every time I'm in HQ, you guys know my food and water are borked. And I finally figured out why. I fixed the underlying bug, but I don't know how it impacted things. And I got a cool data set I can show you guys. And I think I want to turn it into an in-game report because I think it would help a lot of you. So I'll show it to you in a little bit. Those are the things I want to do today. And then after that, I'll probably either go to you guys in chat, or we'll go back up to our bug list here. So I can mark this as fixed for V4, close. That we can go to, oh good, I think Sasori has a save file for me. Yes, cool. So we have a remote management save to work from. But we could also go to this list here, and then I can just start picking random ones here. Maybe we'll do like chat polls of these, like I'll grab 5 of the bugs, and we'll just do a chat poll for them and see what you guys want, which one you guys want me to work on. I want to make this interactive as possible because I know it's not going to be as exciting as watching me, fail at shooting bad guys. I know that's way more entertaining. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's continue this. Those of you guys who are just joining us, I'll go into a little more detail. I'll go over like an intro at 9 o'clock of like what the heck I'm doing, how I intend for this to work, and hopefully get something good. So this one, because it doesn't have a face target, it doesn't have a head tracking, which requires AI control, it should be good. So like doing a hello, that should work without ignore for completion. And if we put ignore for completion, what would happen is the player would say hello at the same time as Jake was saying this line, because it would basically be like, go ahead and play that action and then move on to the next phase, which we don't want. I can see, and I can see also, there's another little tip for any of you guys who are looking to quest stuff. The I next to the action means ignore for complete. It's already checked in, so I don't actually have to open them. I can look right there if it's a small action. Okay, so let's go to daughter. Oh, this is not radio, it's daughter radio. Here's the analysis scene with Cassandra. Okay, we've got an eye there, so we're good there. No other actions. Let's go down to this one. There's an eye, we're good. No other actions for the player. So it might have been just MQ23, but we're going to check the side quests too. Gunner radio and radio call. Here's what we need. Should be this one. Okay, another eye there on the player line. So we're good on MQ27. So MQ27 is not a victim of this problem. So now we got to check our side quests. So we're going to go SS2, C2, SQO. And from C to Glowing Sea has a lot of radio scenes, so we'll check those. And then remote management has 1 or 2. I don't remember how many. I think also I need to keep a little more engaged with chat today than I usually do. Because this is going to be, I think this will be fun too for you guys to see some of the bugs that have been bugging you, for lack of a better term, bugs that have been irritating you, get fixed in real time. That might be interesting. I don't know. You guys tell me if I'm. Either way, I'm fixing bugs tonight. If it's not entertaining, I'll just stop streaming. But hopefully, this is enjoyable for someone out there. Let's see. That one's got the eye. We're good. That one's got the eye. The eye. The eye. The eye. And the eye. Okay. So that one's good. So remote management. Last one to check. And that should line up perfectly with 9 o'clock. So we can do a little proper stream intro for tonight. A second one. For those joining us at the appropriate time and not early, when you guys know I like to sneak in. That one's got the eye. Are there even any more? No, I guess there's only the one telling you that logistics brought back the lounger. Start in person. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice this. We'll have to add that in. So you see it says start in person. So one of the things we figured out with the HQ radio, and it was like, this was one of those development stories. The HQ radio, I remember wanting that from when we started writing SJ. I was like, one of my biggest pet peeves in video games is when I have to run back and forth to talk to an NPC, the same NPC. And I was like, let's solve that. Like, let's make sure somewhere in our story we get to a radio working on the Pip-Boy. Like, and then like when we ended up going toward like making like connections and radio technology like a core part of our story, so it was perfect. It worked out great. And I just was banking on the fact that we were going to be able to do that without actually knowing how to do it. I didn't actually start writing the code for HQ Radio until maybe 2 months before we released Chapter 2. And then we figured out we could duplicate entire scenes and then just share all the lines so they could share a single sound file, and then they add the overlay for the Pip-Boy sound. And what I had the writers do is enter in the ones they wanted it with 2 copies of the scene. And this one, they would always call one usually in person and one radio. This one, has a start in person but no radio, but they wouldn't have put start in person there if they didn't also want a radio version. So that means we can add in a like auto quest starter for remote management. So even players who don't think to run back to HQ and talk to Jake, because I didn't like the way this one started, where like you would just happen to have to talk to him. Like if you never thought like, I wonder what Jake's up to, because the last 5 times I talked to him, he didn't have anything new, you would have missed out on this quest, which would be a bummer. Okay, 9 o'clock. Welcome, folks. Today, those of you who are just streaming in who didn't catch my faux intro at like 8:40, today we're going to do something a little different. So I have a lot of fixes I still want to get in for Friday's patch. I'm running out of time. So I didn't want to cancel the stream. So I thought, let's just try fixing some bugs live. So here's my hope. Here's my hope is I have 2 things I want to address. Excuse me, tonight. That I was hoping to get in for the patch. If we get these issues worked out, I'm then going to either go to chat, see if you guys have any particular bugs that you have saves I can look at. So if you guys have a bug that you have a save ready to go that has it, make sure it's a save that just has like super minimal mods. So if it's like your big save with hundreds of mods, I can't really work out with that because it would take me forever to install your mod list. And if I work with a save that has all those mods uninstalled, it's just going to be like super, like anything I learned from it is super suspect. So the way to get that is just load up a fresh save with like, here's the mods you guys can safely use. Anything with my name attached to it. So like SS2, Workshop Plus, Workshop Running, those are all fine because I have them ready to go. If you have any add-on packs or city plans, those are fine. Unofficial Fallout patch, fine. I have that installed. I can enable it really quick. Any F4SC mods that are just DLLs, those are fine. Beyond that, if you have more than like 2 or 3 extra mods, your save isn't going to be useful for investigating. So what you do is roll back to just what I said. So get like Workshop Framework, SS2, and Chapter 2 installed, nothing else. And then load up a fresh character. Use the quest, the holotape, to cheat ahead to where you were and see if the bug happens again. And if it does, make a save and put it up on Google Drive and you can send it to me. So during chat, some later on, if we fix these bugs, I'll start having you guys, anybody who has a save ready to go with a bug, I'll fix it right here on camera. And we'll get it into Friday's patch. Otherwise, if nobody can do that, nobody has the, because I figure some of you guys could be playing while I'm doing this and trying to get some bug saves ready. We'll go to my list of known issues. So these are the issues. So there's a handful of people in the community who kind of comb through the forums, try to help folks, and then if they run into an issue they can't help with, they'll often confirm it themselves, and they post it to our internal tracker, and those are what I consider confirmed bugs. 100% they happen, they're repeatable, and there's something I can do about them. So we'll go to that list, and then I'm thinking I'll do something like grab the first 5, put them up in a poll on chat, ask you guys which one to attack next. And we'll just keep going like that as long as I can until we'll go till like midnight 30. We'll see. So my hope is that I can, first of all, show you guys my process. You guys can see why it's so important I have saves to work from. And like, I'm sure at some point we'll run into a bug that I'm going to address where I don't have a save, and you'll see how much longer it takes me. And then you guys can learn about better bug reporting, and I can learn about some of the issues you guys have that I'm not aware of, because I'm sure there are some that just never made it to here. Like either no one was able to repeat it, or, because like I said, only a handful of people actually post stuff on the official list. Maybe none of them have just happened to see the issues that you guys are posting in a particular case. So hopefully we can get some good back and forth going here. And then any of you guys who like to make mods, hopefully you guys will learn something, because I've got a lot of experience doing this now. So I hope I have more to teach than just my tutorials. Jason Lockrantz, thank you for the donation. Just wanted to say I love this idea for a stream. Absolutely riveting. Awesome. I'm not opposed to doing this again if it goes well, but we'll see. And it's basically like, as long as I actually make some progress, and you guys are actually interested. If this won't be like the regular, it's not going to replace my playthrough. Like the whole point of that playthrough is well, it's got a lot of points, but it's to be playing the game, not fixing the game. But I needed to work on this today, because I really don't want to delay the patch one more week, and I know we got some bugs still. Like I love when I work on a patch of having a focus and like getting that thing like wrapped up with a bow, like the big HQ patch. And so like this one was like much smaller than that, but get HQ radio working in a good way. And I'll show you guys how all the things that I've done with it too. So I'm going to be way more engaged with chat. In fact, I'm going to back up and read the chat that I missed. But thank you, Jason, again for the donation. I appreciate it, man. I'm going to try and keep up with chat today, because this stuff doesn't require moment to moment paying attention. So I'm going to back up here, and I'm going to skip all the hellos. Hello to you all. Let's see. We know your name. It's Sturgis. Funny thing you mentioned that. So so my family, we like to do family Halloween costumes. I think like it's so fun to watch kids trick or treat, and I still get down with dressing up for Halloween. This year my kids want to be Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, so I wanted an easy costume. Like I don't want to get all in a big. I don't have to buy a bunch, so I'm gonna go as Han Solo. And so my kid is getting a little shaggy right now, and it's like, oh, let's just skip haircuts this month, and then I'll just cut right before and get just need to grow it a little bit out a little more, and I can do the Han Solo. And then thinking about that, it's like that's not far off from Sturgis. Just got to grow the chops, dye it a little darker, and there we go. I got the Sturgis look ready to rock for a backup costume. Let's see. Glad to report that the power grid fix seems to be working in the beta. Awesome. Let's see. Quester, good evening. Quester, how hard would it be to just script an answering machine and give us a beep when a radio message is coming in? I actually have that feature in the beta, and I'll show it to you in a little bit. Remind me again, Quester, if I start to move on from the HQ radio, poke me again, and I'll go back and show it to you guys. I need a better sound effect for it. I haven't poked any of our sound people to ask them for one, but Lively, just throwing it out there. Pretty much every issue I've seen with where there's smoke is due to see-through scopes auto toggle perspective. Turn off there's a smoke works perfectly. I thought that was the case too, Lively, but it also happens with some vanilla legendary weapons for some reason. I don't know why. But people have shown me that it can happen with some vanilla weapons, which is why I've made the decision to be like, okay, I love that thing, and like nothing. I don't know that we'll ever have a stream moment that tops the time when I had the camera equipped to face Aiden. And like that is a glorious system, like a dynamic thing emerging from the systems. I love it. But it's not worth having a lot of people get stuck on that quest, especially because like that's where our story like starts to pick up. Like it turns from just like tutorials to like, okay, no, they have a real story here. And then I'm sure a lot of players out there have just like got bricked on that and just moved on, because like you guys will all go to the forums or search or try and get a hold of me to figure it out. But a lot of people probably just are like, it's another janky mod, I'm out of here, which I don't want that. So especially when we're about to release. Well, we're not about to. We're going to release another chapter in the near future. I'll say it like that. And so I imagine a lot of people will play back through it all. So it'd be nice if, the first chapter worked good. Let's see. Jason Locrance, I can play the game myself. I can't bug fix or do any of the magic Gath can do. You can play it, though now as I said, you can play it and get good save file data for me. That is a very, very helpful thing folks can do that don't have any debugging experience. Quester, I know you said earlier today you are looking over the SS2 outfit list. I ran another nude NPC today. It was Wise. Oh, okay. So Wise is naked too. Beebs, there's another one for you. Beebs Calicor is basically our outfit engineer and has been making monumental efforts for this patch to try and fix all the issues with the outfits, to make them all like as close to Bethesda level of quality as we can from the technical perspective, making sure VATS works and making sure the appropriate what would you say, like the slots are on there so you can install appropriate mods and everything. It's trying to get them all perfected, but we ran into an issue that we just caught a few days ago, and that was that we found out Beebs' mod manager had been eating changes, and so she kept resubmitting the same things, and I was merging files that were old, and we just didn't realize what a mess we had created. So we're trying to untangle that before Friday. So if you guys know of any NPCs that are nude or like invisible body or anything in SS2, like Beebs is in chat. Ping her, Beebs Calicor, and she'll add it to the list, and we'll get this solved. We're going to create a cell that's just like all of our NPCs so we can quickly look them over. But if you guys can help, if you know of one offhand, like I know in the beta 3, we broke Captain Wes's armor again. So like my character is stark naked when we go in game, when we load my saves. Let's see here. Chris Peterson ran into a nasty one where the raiders are spawning inside the BAD TFL during the final CPD quest and causing the death of Lena Simon, thus failing the quest, making the CPD hostile. That's crazy. I wonder if that's a matter of, so there's a vanilla bug in the game where if you use a door too close to other NPCs, they get teleported with you. I don't know why this is. It seems to be like an engine level bug that's been there for a long time. It happens to me in Skyrim too. That maybe that's what's happening for you, but I don't know that there's going to be a solution to that other than, you should probably go to God mode and quickly VATS those guys dead before they can kill off Lena or Simon. Rec Edzell, I just unlocked the HQ radio. I had to force it a little though because leaving the vault bugged out a little. Yeah, the HQ radio was like in testing, working great, and then well, but that's the story of everything. Like whenever we get something, we don't try and release stuff that we didn't test successfully. But you know, every little change you're gonna see, like I'm sure at some point during today's stream, I'm gonna fix something, air quotes, and I'm gonna break 3 other things because it's all kind of interconnected. It's a big, complex system. Quester, so my Model 206 AFO would not be a good idea to send to you. Correct. Don't send me any gigantic load orders. Let's see here. Way too many mods send to file. Deep Dive Gaming. Hub of the Problem has a problem if the player tries to jump the shark. Had 2 of my friends report that it gets stuck in the lobby and both tend to rush, killing the ghouls. That is a different version of jump the shark than I'm used to. I don't know how. I'm worried we're gonna jump the shark in our writing. I don't know if we can do it in there, but if you get stuck in the lobby, if you both tend to rush, killing the ghouls. Interesting. I know there are definitely a lot of. I think Hub of the Problem could use like a comb through, knowing based on my knowledge now, because I made that quest. That would have been like 2.5 years ago. So I've learned a lot more. It might be that there's some sequencing issues. We had a lot. This was a lot more of a problem in Chapter 2 than. Chapter 1 had it, but Chapter 2 as well. Both of them had sequencing issues where we went too strict with like you have to do things in this exact order, and we've been trying to come up with processes internally to like change how we design quests so that that's less of an issue, because we do not want we don't want you guys to like not be able to experiment or have to play slowly worried you're going to break things. Like that's not fun. Nick Carter, do you think you can add a tool to help settlers affected by the sewing machine audio loop bug? Is that a vanilla bug? I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm not interested in addressing vanilla bugs today. if we're going to focus on bugs, let's focus on SS2 bugs or Workshop framework. I'm not going to fix Workshop plus bugs today unless all of you gang up on me about one, because I have not looked at that code in a long time and I'm kind of afraid to. Deep Dive Gaming, didn't know what other expression to use. That's okay. I'm just teasing because I imagine the idea of the jump the shark, based on the Happy Days thing, and in relation to Fallout 4, I'm thinking, well, we could jump the shark if we're not careful. Let's see. Record. I think the only naked gunner I've seen is that gunner in the comm room. Gunner random numbers. Oh, that one has it too. Okay, Beebs, can you put that one on your list too? I think it's Gunner 35812 or something. Let me see if I can find that person. SS2 star Gunner. I thought they were just in normal armor though, but we can check that. That's actually a good one to start with here. It's not that one. Is it this one? No, it wouldn't be MQ09. I'm trying to remember what it would have been called. Oh, here it is. 348825. Let's see what outfit they're in. This one, if you guys haven't run into this one is actually part of whose quest line is it? I want to say No Man's Land's quest line. Like I think if you go through, you eventually, if you listen to his holotape, it helps you. It references No Man. So like I think you can run into this even if you haven't done his quest line. But then it's one of those things where like back in your mind you remember like, oh, that's who they're talking about. It was just like a little lore thrown in to tie them together. Okay, inventory is what we're looking for here. Yeah, just using traditional armor. So if that guy's naked, that's not our fault. That means you have some bad leveled lists. Because that's using a vanilla list. You might be talking about Wise, because he's also in that room, and somebody else said that Wise is naked. Uh-oh, we've got our favorite Chat69 bot. Let's see, hide user on channel. Go away. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause on reading chat. I'm going to mark my spot, and now I'm going to go on to our next bug on the list. So... remote management HQ radio. So let's download this save file and let's see here. Okay, so memory launcher is present when the HQ radio conversation completes successfully. Tested both auto contact on and off. Tested through the memory launcher scene as well. All looked good. A few of the plots for Hangman's Alley seemed like they were out of bounds, but was still able to activate the plots. Okay, that's inside the memory launcher she's talking about. Warning sound. I like the idea for making a sound when the message comes in as a warning, though I'm not fond of the sound static. So I did add a sound effect, and this is leading to what you were talking about, Quester. I added a sound effect if you turn off the auto contact, which I'll show you guys that in a second, so that it's kind of like you have like a message waiting. But I just used a sound effect that was in the vanilla game that was like the Pip-Boy clicking on, which is probably too quiet. I need like a more like a sound just for this. And I'm sure I could find one in a sound library or something, but I usually don't spend a lot of time with that. With picking sounds, I usually try and find a vanilla one because I know they're set up correctly. I don't have to add more bloat to the mod, and they will match in feel to the rest of the game's audio design. Testing through with auto off. I had to call Jake twice to complete the entire conversation. This, unfortunately, is going to be a common issue with HQ Radio. So there's some weird bug with... so the way HQ Radio actually works is it spawns this invisible thing called a talking activator, which is basically like, you know how in the quest with, what's that family that they've been using the serum to keep themselves alive? You guys know what I'm talking about? What's his name? Edward Dugan comes and finds you at one of the bars and sends you there. It's one of my favorite quests, but I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. But in that quest line, you have to go talk to their like talk box outside their house to get in, and like that is one of those. It's a talking activator. So we used an invisible one of those to simulate the conversation with your Pip-Boy radio. And for some reason, anytime a conversation with a talking radio activator, it can just fail to start. The scene will just be like, nope, not interested in starting. So occasionally we have to like force the scene to just restart itself, which is what this thing's talking about. And I haven't found a way around that. As far as I can tell, it's a vanilla issue, but what's weird is I don't ever run into it in that quest. So it might be something I got to go dig into that quest to figure out how they do it and see what I'm doing differently. Okay, first test through. Jake's dialogue completed. FML Souls dialogue option didn't come up. Okay, so let's double check remote. Before we even get in game, let's check remote management. So we're going to go SS2C2 SQ02, and we're going to go down to our quest section. Okay, so the first, it has to be related to, there's only the one radio scene. It's this one. So it's got to be here. So it's just to let you know. So it's this. So I'm being told, let's read this again. Female Souls dialogue option didn't come up. So that would lead me to think that maybe it's another thing where I showed you guys, any of you who were here for the earlier part of the stream, that it was like a player action getting stuck, but that shouldn't be the case here. So yeah. All right. So let's just load this save and see what happens. So seems to be a delay before dialogue continues sometimes. That's fine. That'll be like one of those, it's a little wonky, but still generally works well. And those we can probably fix by, oh, I can't do it from this browser. That's right. Download here. For some reason my Firefox is not like, it's probably because I'm not logged into Git on Firefox. And this is a private repo that we have. We don't have that open to the public. Okay, so let's go to here, downloads. I'm going to grab this save file. Oh, and I didn't mean to close out my thing. All right, let's go to documents, my games, file for saves. And you guys aren't seeing this. I know that because I have no idea what's in my documents folder, so I have that on a second monitor that you guys can't see. All right, so we've got our remote management. So we're gonna pop it open and see what happens here. If there's any issues we need to deal with. If it's just the delay, we'll call that fine. It's like it's an unfortunate small sacrifice, but at least it's functioning. We'll just have to like it'll just start to become tribal knowledge that the scenes are a little slow to fire, and then for that we can probably fix that by tightening the sound files. We can trim the little. We usually leave like a quarter to half second of silence at the end of every sound file, and it tends to feel pretty natural. But if we trimmed it on those, it could speed up the pacing of this. Chris Peterson, this is what I had to do. It's the base game respawn cycle that occurs in the various raider dens. I gotcha. Well, that's weird because I wonder if we're using the vanilla cell for BADTFL. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. I bet we're using the vanilla cell until after you complete the quest. So one of the things I'm gonna start doing is patches too. This is one thing that I've been avoiding for the longest time. But I think we're at this point in the life cycle where clearly not all of the issues are getting patched out by other people. Like I had assumed we would start to attract people capable of patching. That has not happened, so I'm going to start doing some patching. One of the patches I might make is one to turn off cell reset on all of the cells we use, because I think that that would be valuable for a lot of folks. And I think most people, at least myself, I never go re-clear a cell, and if I do, it's always like, oh, I thought I got that place. Like I don't get the cell reset. I don't particularly find that interesting. I think it's a weird mechanic they have, but I don't want to break basement game mechanics, but I could offer it as a patch. The other thing I could do, and I think would make sense, is for F4SE users, is set up those cells as once you take them over with one of our quest lines, then it disables that, and we can do that in runtime with F4SE. So I want to do that as well. Getting off track. This is why I tend to ignore chat when I'm playing, because I'll just latch onto something somebody says and talk for 10 minutes about it. Okay, so let's try radioing Jake first to see if that triggers the next scene again.
Hey, thanks for the personal quarters. Finally got somewhere I can put all my knickknacks. Feel free to stop by whenever I'm off duty.
Okay, so that is just part of his normal dialogue loop, and it appears to be getting the radio stuck, so I need to put that on my just general list. That's something unrelated, but I'll put that down on a bug list. Okay, so here you go. See, HQ radio is blinking with a message from Jake, and did you hear that little bit of static? That's what I used temporarily as the ping, but I think I need a more substantial sound. But like, I wanted something that's not irritating too. That's the other thing. That's the other reason I use that sound is I don't want people to be irritated by HQ radio. I want it to be a convenience thing of like, oh, cool. I don't have to run all the way back to a location, talk to an NPC, only for them to immediately send me back out again. The way we have that notification come up now is, and this only happens, here's the option. This is the thing you were talking about, Quester. So if you want that to happen, so instead of HQ radio just forcing you into a conversation, here's what you would do. You would go into the gameplay, and this will be in the next patch that'll come out Friday. You go down to HQ, and you would turn auto contact off. And basically what that does is it switches HQ radio to giving a notification. And if you missed the first one, it'll do another one every 10 minutes while you're playing. So if you missed it, you'll get another little ping, so you eventually see it. And then this one here, HQ radio disables some controls. This is where it basically locks your character in place. And the reason we do that is because I described earlier that we're using that invisible box you're talking to. If you were to like get the call, right? And we spawn the invisible box in front of you, and you just like happen to strafe away from it and you just keep going, then when it's your turn to talk, you won't be close enough to activate the dialogue options, and then it'll just feel just as broken. So we lock your controls. But for some people, that's not a good, like it's problematic for whatever reason. You know, maybe their mod load order is causing problems. So I have that option there to turn that off as well. So you can basically make HQ radio completely unintrusive if you want by turning both those options off. All right, I got my piece of paper, so I was going to write that Jake comment on personal quarters gets stuck over radio. Okay, so now that we got that notification that Jake contacted us, now when we radio him, that means, so whenever you get that little notification, it means there's a scene queued up. So the next time you contact that character, instead of them playing like the random dialogue loops or the ones where you can ask them suggestions or how their department's doing, instead you'll get this special scene for the quest. So now we radio him, exit out, wait a second. You can hear that it plays that radio sound again, letting you know that something's happening. My controls are now locked up.
Hey there, darling.
There we go.
Just to let you know, logistics brought back that lounger you secured for us. Me and Lupe are making some adjustments and upgrades, and then it should be ready for use. So whenever you're free, stop by and I can show you what we've come up with.
Sounds good.
And we got the player line.
I'll see you soon then.
I look forward to it.
Talk to Jake at HQ. Cool. So now let's head to HQ and make sure that that worked and that the memory lounger actually spawned. I got to drop some stuff because that's the other reported issue. Is a lot of times for some people the lounger isn't spawning at all. There we go. That's enough stuff. Pop over to GNN. Like I mentioned earlier, if any of you guys has the remote management issue where the lounger didn't pop up, and you have a relatively minimum loader, I'll say like at most 20 mods outside of the ones that I'm in charge of or that are related directly to SS2. Like I said, any add-on packs or whatnot, don't count those in your total. I would be happy to look at your save and try and see if I can figure out further, but so far I'm operating under the assumption that it's either a mod conflict or it's kind of related to these bugs with the HQ radio that I'm fixing, and that it'll kind of fix itself if you get back once you get the next patch. So let's see if this proceeds.
That sure is some weather we're having.
Let's see if Mala breaks the scene. I will not be shocked.
Overdue
Hey
for
there.
maintenance.
Welcome back. As you can see, the memory lounger made it here one piece and is ready to go. So if you just go sit yourself
This is
down,
going to be really
I'll
funny
show
to
you
watch
what
with
to
Mala
work with.
right in front of our faces while
I'd be
we're
glad to.
sitting
Just
in the
tell me
lounger.
What's going on?
Oh, right. Of course. Sorry. We haven't really explained much, have we? Hey, Lupe, this was your idea. Why don't you do the honors?
Okay, so have you actually used one of these things before?
No, first time.
Oh, well, you see, this machine can help someone relive a memory. To do that, it creates a direct link to the person's brain. What we'll be doing is overriding the lounger's normal function, so that you can experience something other than a memory.
And by hooking this thing up to the comm array, what you'll experience will be...
The orange light from Mala.
It's kind of hard to explain without showing you.
Then let's do this.
Great. Go sit in the lounger, and all will be clear.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, Mala is blocking my pathing.
Okay, just give us a few seconds here.
This is Mala staring at me instead of Jake.
She's
Supposed to be
starting
seeing
feel a
Jake
little
looking at
fuzzy
you right there.
about now. Don't worry, that's normal.
Hey, Jacob. What does this flashing red light mean?
I actually been considering making
you
the
in?
Comrade room like off limits to
you're
non-quest NPCs because
moment.
that same thing can happen
Just needs
during
to
the
get used
final
to the
quest
new
moment, and
universe.
it's really uncomfortable for everybody.
All right. You should be able to make out something below you. I'm just gonna focus you in on that.
Okay, everything's working so far.
There we are. Things should be a lot more clear now. You can see a map, right? That's the Commonwealth.
Let's see, I fixed the textures. I know last stream or the stream before that, I had accidentally borked the textures when I was trying to fix something else. But you can see here's let's see if I can get some nudity for you guys. Oh no, my I think view shift is disabled in this because I was worried it was going to cause wonkiness with this quest.
And those markers you see? Those are your settlements. Try interacting with one of them.
Here comes our plots. Did you get that?
Nicely done.
There we go.
You're now seeing all the plots within that settlement. If you're feeling a little disoriented, you could use the settlement's workshop as a point of reference. Should help you get your bearings. Now, if you interact with one of those plot icons, you can directly interface with the ASAM controlling that plot, allowing you to make changes. Pretty cool, huh? Now you don't have to travel all the way to a settlement just to monitor or alter an ASAM. Alright, that's everything I wanted to show you. Feel free to look around some more, play about with some of the ASAMs. Or, if you want to leave, just imagine trying to look at your Pip-Boy. I programmed that to be a mnemonic trigger to bring you out.
Okay, so this is all playing perfectly. So like I think that fixed it. The memory lounger appears. The radio scene works. It seems to be good. Like there were some little delays during the radio conversation. That's to me is like that's polish level issue. It's not the end of the world.
You can stand there as long as you like.
Thank you, Jake.
Just remember, if you want to leave, just think about looking at your Pip-Boy.
Okay, well I think we're gonna leave just because he's gonna keep repeating that line. So I was going to talk about one other thing that I have that I can, actually, let me see if I can do it. So I'm going to show you guys a new data set that I've got. And any of you guys can do this in the next patch as well. You'd have to have papyrus logging enabled, which if you search for Fallout 4 papyrus logging, you'll find it's just an INI setting you add, and it makes some settlements generate, or makes a Fallout generate these log files. And I'll show you an example of one in just a second here. but they end up in your Documents, My Games folder. And the one that I'm going to show you is called, it'll end up in Documents, My Game. Oh, here, I can show you this folder. So you're going to end up in this folder, Documents, My Games, Fall 4 Log, Script User, and you're looking for SS2 Empire. This is what after I show you this command, it's going to end up in this. So I'm going to open this up. We're going to run this new command. This is a new command that'll be added in the patch. So SS2 Empire Manager. It'll also be tomorrow. There's going to be one last public beta of the patch. So anybody who wants to check it out and find any like last minute issues I can try and squeeze out a fix Friday morning for, we'll be able to do that. And now I got to remember this dump something. I got to remember. I like to put in functions called start with dump, which is just to like dump data into the log. Dump Empire Resources, and you'll find a lot of these in my scripts. So dump Empire Resources, and then we're going to go into our Empire log, let it reload. I want to scroll down so we can find this. And what I want to do with this data is get this into like a proper in-game report. So here's what it does. It goes through, oh, where'd it go? It iterates through all the settlements you control. And it looks at all of their values. So you can see defense, it's the value. So value and base value. Base value means you have this many. So here's a good one. So food, it says I have 48, but base is 81. That means if I had settlers assigned to all my plots, I would actually be generating 81 food. Shared value means 15 of that food is actually coming from another settlement. And then surplus means that I have extra available to share to other settlements. If the share value were positive, that would mean I'm sharing in some resources. So I'm sure like we'll find some settlements where they have surplus that they're sharing in. And you can see the same for our power, and you can see the needs and everything. So this will dump out this report. And I was like, this would be awesome to have in game. So like we have the bars in game, and those are great when you're working on an individual settlement. But when you're trying to set up like your whole network to work together as an empire, it's not very useful, right? Because it's like, okay, you have to go to each settlement and check if they're clean. But it'd be cool if you had just like a raw numbers chart of just being like, okay, I want to see what each settlement is, where each settlement's shortages are, like where is it hitting the network hardest, all that, which ones need the most. It would just be interesting data to look at. It's like one of those things you don't need in your face all the time, so it's not like we need a new HUD. But, just imagine if this was like on a terminal or maybe the comm array or like a note, like a piece of paper, like a note you could bring up and you could scroll through, and each page would have a different settlement. And then the most important, I'm sure some of you guys are thinking, is like, well, how about an amalgamated total? And of course, yes, that would be the even more interesting stat would be, what does it look like when you add all those values up? And we get to this. So you can see like right now, my settlement empire is 757 defense, but we need 837. This share check was something I added. So this is how I discovered a bug. So I've been trying to research the bug that I have on stream a lot, where HQ tells me I have no surplus food and water, and I was certain I did. And then so that's why I created this tool. And what I found was I do not have surplus. That is because I need to go fix my settlements. And I was able to know that like instantly, just looking at this table, you would know, okay, I got some work to do, right? Like it's like, oh, okay, clearly I am severely short on X, right? And you can go start working on that. So like for me, defense is the thing I need to work on the most, or food is short. And then like water, I have quite the surplus. So that's good to know. So now what'll be interesting is when this isn't my save though. This is Sasori's save. So my save will have we'll have in different results here. But anyway, this report I think would be super useful. So I want to run this report in my Let's Play save and see what it spits out. And I also want to turn this into an in-game thing for you guys to play with. Because like I said, I don't think it's something the average player needs who's just focusing on one settlement at a time. But those of you guys who are way into this stuff and you guys like building out a bunch of settlements and getting the networks all together, I think this would be huge. This would be such a simple thing that would be a big like quality of life improvement. Like I don't think I'll have time to get it in by Friday, but at least you'll have this thing that you could use with the log files in the short term until I get a chance to make them into a proper in-game report. So this share check I was starting to talk about, the way these numbers work, and this is all behind the scenes stuff. So some of this stuff, you don't need to know this. If this is like, if I'm giving you too much techie talk, don't worry about it. It's not important. But the way the share system works in the code is basically it's anytime a settlement shares resources out, those get picked up by some other settlement that needed them. And the way it stores the data is it'll put a positive modifier on the one that's taking and a negative modifier on the one that's sharing. So for example, let's see if I can find 250 FE. I know that's Sanctuary. Let's scroll down here. Give me a moment. I got another. I have a search like filter on my other screen I'm looking at. Okay, here we go. So like share value. So I am taking 15 out of the network, which means some other settlement is putting in 15 or more for me to take from. And so if you add up all these share values, they should always net out to 0. And I had a theory that it was like, okay, I wonder if the share values are not netting to 0. If there's some, like somebody's oversharing or somebody's undersharing or something along those lines. And that's what it turned out to be, is my share checks were all coming out with huge negative numbers. So that led me to a fix that I think will ultimately make the HQ sharing work better. So now this like, I don't need to have this in the final in-game report. Really all you care about is how much do our settlers need and how much are we producing? And then, you know, it's easy to fix that without having to jump from settlement to settlement to figure out who's short on what. So like one of the reasons that we created this remote management was to offer that option of being like, okay, I just want to fix this problem for my settlements, but I don't really want to jump from settlement to settlement. So now you combine this new report with that. You're like, okay, I need to get, you know, more food from my settlements. So then you can just quickly check your map for each settlement, see who has some useless plots you don't need anymore, swap them over to the resource you need, and then Bob's your uncle. You're good to go. And I want to do stuff like that, make things a little easier for you guys to manage, because it gets overwhelming very quickly if you have, you know, a giant empire. Like I only have, what is this, maybe a dozen settlements. You know, if you collect them all, you collect the whole set, get all the Pokemon, you're going to be spending a lot of time balancing out your network. Okay, so I think we have nothing left to do on remote management. All right, I'm going to go back to chat just because. Well, first we're going to exit the thing. I want to go back to chat and see if I missed anything, because maybe one of you guys has a remote management save before we move on from this issue. Because then the next issue I want to tackle is to look at my Let's Play save with this shared resource fix and see what happens, see what it looks like.
You may feel a little woozy for a while, but it'll pass quickly.
Mala here waiting for us.
Did you find it useful?
Okay, that's pretty good. I'm impressed.
Really? Oh, I'm glad.
We'll keep the lounger running 24/7. So if any time you want to check on a settlement, just take a seat. And just so you know, Lupe poured her heart and soul in this little project, so I do hope you get some use out of it.
Jake trying to guilt you into using it.
Take care now.
I think that was a proxy for all the team members who put efforts into that, because that was like Pra spent I don't know how many hours working on the initial like proof of concept that would work, and then we designed that whole cell. I mean, obviously that was just like the player home, but like making it, had an artist ZBS made all that cool, like what would you call that, kind of VR looking stuff. It was an all hands effort to get that system up and running. Okay, so let's see. Arthur Cannibal. Oh my god, it's King Gath. Oh my god, it's Arthur Cannibal. Let's see. Not crazy. I'm sure. Whoa, my chat just jumped on me. Good thing I highlighted this so I can scroll back up. Oh my god, there's so many chat bots. Sorry guys if I'm falling behind on killing them. I'm sure it's been asked before, but I wonder every time I see it, but is the red trunk in Jake's shop a vanilla asset or something unused in the mod? I think that's a vanilla asset. Let's check. Let's go to, actually, so I have 2 copies of the CK open. I have one with chapter 1 and one with chapter 2, so I don't accidentally make edits to the wrong file, because if I accidentally make chapter 1 require chapter 2, it's going to make everything a mess. Everything will be a mess. I don't think the game will actually let me do it. Let's go check that chest for not crazy. That is easy to do. I mean, I guess I could actually do it in game here. So we just do COC Concord Museum Exterior 01, I think is the cell. Maybe it's without the 01. Yeah, there it is. My bet is we're gonna respawn raiders. I feel like the respawn timer on Concord is really short, because every time I come here, I feel like I'm fighting raiders. This would be another great location of like after we get to. At least after we get to the point where like the Conquered people put up the walls, like that seems like a reasonable time to disable. Yep, look at that, like clockwork. It seems like it would be worthwhile to disable cell reset on Conquered after the walls are built, maybe. Like, you know, one of the downsides would be those of you who have caught wise to the fact that all of Jake's boxes of ASAM sensors will often respawn if you haven't gone too far on the quest line. But I think that's worth the cost to avoid the constant stream of raiders. So this storage chest, if we click on it, so this mod right here, this stuff on the right here, this is from a mod called Better Console F4SE. It's freaking amazing. It adds all this here, and it also adds this information up here. It's so helpful. If you're a developer, like if you're making quest mods on this, is like, you gotta have this. But even if you're just trying to troubleshoot and help with bug reporting, this is huge. So I can see the base ID. It came from ss2.esm. So I look up this last 5 digits, 21017 in the CK. So we'll go 21017. And we're going to go down to, that's going to be probably a container type. And then I can get you the model. I'm fairly certain this is, yes, a set dressing. This is going to be Steam Trunk. It might be a color swap version we did. Let me check. Oh, hold on. CK's taking its sweet time. There we go. So it is Steam Trunk 2. And we have no material swap on it, so there just must be a red Steam Trunk in the game files. This is just there. Set dressing Steam Trunk 2. So there you go, not crazy. It is a default asset. Is it Cabot or yeah, Cabot, right? Yeah, Cabot House. That's from way back when I was talking. Let's see. Quester, check Zedge for an answering machine sound to use. I'm pretty sure they're free since millions of people use them on their phones. Zedge. Okay, I'll put that on my list. I actually just bought a Humble Bundle for a bunch of sound effects, and I bet there's something good in there. Okay. Nick Carter, can you check if April Lee has clothes? Sure. Let's do show quest variable, SS2, dialogue, April Lee, prid 9020033. Get disabled is yes, so we'll enable her and move to player. All right, here's some nudity, guys. Move to player. Yep, naked April Lee. There's another one for you, babes. I think I sent that one to you earlier because I saw somebody post it on the forums. Let's see. Bill Kevin E for Emperor for Emperor President. I don't think you really want that. I'll be president of the Commonwealth, though. That's fine. Let's see. Raycadsley. I have a lovely visual bug happening when the HQ menu and the Hollow Time HUD clock widget, one of them is overlapping. So is it the HQ menu at the top? Because if that's the case, I wonder if Hollow Time has tinkering for the positioning. Because like for us, all of our HUD pieces can be moved around through HUD framework. And since the HUD clock, the Hollow Time clock, was done as an example by Reg2K to show you what you could do with HUD framework, I would not be shocked if he's got like a method in there to tinker with its positioning. Because our HUD in HQ, it's kind of hard for us. There's like nowhere else to put that thing. So I didn't even set up modifiers for moving it because it's a huge chunk. The other pieces of HQ HUD you can move, like they just use the default or the other parts of SS2's HUD. The HQ stuff at the top, though, it was like, all right, I'll use the area where the workshop bar is because there shouldn't be a lot of other stuff going on there. Canuck 82, didn't you say a long time ago that red trunk in the hardware store was buy for survival players? Yeah, that's there for it's a trunk we have set up to never respawn. So it, like, if you leave stuff in there, it's fine. So if people just want somewhere to use Jake's workshop as like a pseudo player home to leave stuff, they can use that trunk and it will stay safe from cell resets. That is why that was put there. Like that, there's a lot of you'll find that since Sir Rick, our lead writer, loves to play survival, there are a lot of little things he puts in there as quality of life, like knowing as he's playing, like, this has always been a problem for me. I'll try and work in a solution while I'm working on this. I don't remember why I came here. Oh yeah, just to show the HUD up there. So like, I think like the bar that we have by default, I took up the exact space the workshop vanilla HUD takes up since we were able to hide it. And then I think when you go into here and it expands, then it can start overlapping stuff. But I thought Hollow Time was on the top right. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Hollow Time has a setting where you can like choose where it goes on the screen though. So you might want to look into that because as far as HUD patching, I mean, I'll get to it eventually. Like, I'm not opposed to doing. I'm gonna start, like, the patch we're gonna have on Friday is for DLC settlers. So Pra discovered that we actually have a bug with Nuka World settler, like the Raider settlers and Far Harbor settlers. Apparently, like, neither of them work correctly with a whole bunch of our systems, and so I'm gonna have a patch that should presumably resolve that. And I'll probably start releasing little patches. Like, it'll be nice that it'll be nice if it's patches I can do that don't ever have to be updated. Like that's where I'm going to try and design them. I think that's one of the places where a lot of patch mods fail because the folks either because it's in some cases you have no choice. Like a lot of dialogue patches, like I know there's like an XDI one for SS2 is like every time we touch those quests in a patch, that person has no choice but to go update it. But there are other patching you can do in a way where it won't ever have to be updated, and this is the kind of patches that I'm going to approach, is like trying to do stuff where I don't have to remember to keep tinkering with it, because if I don't have to touch it again, then it doesn't become a burden. Like that's one of the reasons that I've always been averse to dealing with patches myself, is I can't add another thing for me to manage. Like I already have one mod, Workshop Plus, that, you know, needs my attention and I have no time for it, so I can't add more to that pile because I have only so much time in a day. Okay, so let's load up my save now. I think, well, actually, hold on. I'm not quite done through chat. I want to know, does anybody have a minimal load order remote management save where you're having problems with the lounger showing up? Because if so, I want to address that. Otherwise, I'm going to assume it is fixed for the next patch. That trunk doesn't appear if you skip all quests at the end of chapter 2. Yeah, there's going to be one of the cheat commands I anticipate are going to have little quirks until after we're done with the whole story. Like after we release chapter 3, after we've done our bug fixing, then we can do like a polish pass on the cheat thing. But keeping that cheat command up to date is such a pain, because every time we fix a bug in the quests, there's a risk we break the cheat thing. Because the cheat thing is like we have to like basically test and find the minimal number of stage triggers that we can set. Otherwise, it would take forever. I mean, it already takes forever. Any of you guys who have run the cheats through the whole thing, it takes like 20-some minutes, I think, to get to the end of the quest line for all the pop-ups to happen and all the stuff in the background and answer all the questions. So I don't want to make it even longer. Milky, Hollow Time can be moved around the console. Commands are on the Nexus page under How Do I. Awesome. So there you go. I just found the config. Oh, it's got a config holotape too. Even easier. Awesome. All right, let us go to my save. And we'll delete some of these extra saves while we're at it. We can get rid of this guy. All right, we don't need these anymore because they're on my thing if I need them. Yagi's save I used successfully. Robin's I used successfully. We don't need this dev update demo anymore. And I don't remember what these are, so we'll leave them. Here we go. And ignore the trailer ones. You guys will see that soon enough. I love trailer season. It's so much fun to work on trailers with the team. Although I do like the usually teaser trailer. This is actually the first time we have a bunch of people involved in the teaser trailer. Usually I like poke a few people on the team and like get some feedback or get some writing or get a couple voices recorded, and then I just do it myself. But this time we got the full trailer squad working on the teaser too. So I think our teaser for chapter 3 should be pretty sweet. All right, so the first thing we're going to do in here, we're going to give the save a minute to load up. And then we're going to run that report so we can see what things actually look like. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm also going to I'm going to force an update to the shared resources because I bet they have some problems. You can actually force the shared updates. Wow, I just got stuck in a loop for a second there. I am a synth. Every time you pop in or out of workshop mode, some settlements recalculates all of your settlement sharing, and it's done. And that's why you'll notice, like when I popped in, my water just changed for a second. That is why you see those jumps every time you pop into workshop mode, is because it's recalculating and making sure that, like, okay, did any new plots upgrade that would make it so, you know, we can share resources in a more efficient way to get more settlements covered. Like that's ultimately the goal of the resource sharing code, is make sure as many settlements as possible, all their needs are met. So yeah, my water's still bouncing around. It's still trying to figure all that out. And because, you know, as you're playing, there's constantly little plot notifications, there's plots upgrading, that it needs to do that check pretty frequently. The reason I like to tag into the on enter and leave workshop mode is you guys have instant control over it and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to go find your terminal and trigger it. It just happens, and it's pretty quick. The code to do all that, you know, it takes maybe 30 seconds to run. It can run silently, and have it set up so it won't run multiple times. So if like I were to quickly enter back and forth several times, it'll only run it one time during that cycle. So now that should be enough time where it will have time to update everywhere. So now let's go ahead and run our command, which I think should be in my history here. Yeah, dump Empire resources. Let's bring up our Empire log. Okay, and so here are, let's make sure these are my totals and not still Sasori's. Yeah, 9:49 p.m. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got our total defense, 1,800, needed 1,500. So we're good on defense from an empire-wide, although you guys know as well as I do that that's not the case local, right? Some of my settlements are short, so I'll still have to go investigate, but it's still nice to know. And I will say eventually we are going to add defense sharing, like a similar thing to the way power transfer works, because I love resource sharing. I think it's really fun to not have to have every settlement perfectly balanced, because then every settlement starts to feel the same. It'll be cool to have, you know, focused settlements on different things. We have crazy amounts of surplus power, which we did for the sake of HQ. Food, we somehow have exactly even. That's suspicious to me. This right here tells me there's probably another bug here. I don't know what it is, but this is highly suspicious. And then being short on water, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. So we're very, very short on water. So in theory, based on these numbers, if I go to HQ right now and I pop into and try and do one of the missions, which all require either food or water, or sometimes both, then I shouldn't be able to, I should have 0 for those because there's just none available on my resource network according to that. So let's go test that. Let's see if that data is accurate. And then maybe I can look into how we can deal with my suspicious food. Well, actually, what I'll do is I'll just cycle. We'll go through line by line. Actually, let me not reload it. We're going to copy all this data into its own file. And I will just like literally spreadsheet this out. This is how boring this stream's going to get, guys. Buckle up. Strap in. We're gonna get there though. We're gonna figure out. This is what I have to deal with. You guys are gonna come along with this ride with me. This is sometimes what I've got to do to check for bugs. Like we're gonna manually add all these food up and see if it really adds up to 462, and it's just some miracle that I happen to be producing exactly enough. I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Like especially because it's a weird number, like 462. You know, if it was like 500, it'd be like, okay, maybe I lined that up. I guess the weird numbers could come up because of endurance, right? Because you could have random settlers happen to adding. But that is way too suspicious. Buckle up for boredom, guys. We're going into spreadsheet mode. Let's see here. Oscar Fry. So a random question. Did you ever think that this mod of yours would blow up like it has and becomes popular? No, definitely not. I was going to be happy with, 20, 30,000 downloads. That'd have been like, that'd be great. Cause that's about what I got on Salvage Beacons at the time. This has been life-changing for lack of a better phrase. Like I've made so many great friends and acquaintances through this. Like I'm becoming a way better developer because of this, because I like enjoy this so much more than I enjoy my day job. I've got a relationship going with Bethesda now, which is really cool. So yeah, this is amazing. But definitely did not predict it. Let's see here. So let's pop into command mode now that we gave it a few seconds to load, and we're gonna go to engineering, look at Tinker. We got 0 water, and okay, so there's 20 food. So let's do another dump and see what happened. Like, why did food change? I told you food was suspicious. Something funky going on here. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. Okay, so now it says we need 464 versus 462. So some of this could be, okay, so here's another thing we might need to do. And this is one of those things, one of the reasons, like, this is tying in nicely to the workshop framework patch. So in my last news video, I talked about how I needed more people public beta testing because the workshop framework is doing something significant, and that it's persisting all of your resource producers so that the numbers that we query for remotely will be accurate all the time instead of some of the time. In the base game, and this is why the 4294 bug happens in your Pip-Boy, is when you remote fetch resources, sometimes they return these correct values and sometimes they don't. So 462 out of 464. That does not explain why it's giving us 20 though, so there's some other bug there. So I have another spot we can look in the log. There is a quest called HQ Manager, which calculates out how much, here we go, how many resources to give you. So we're gonna do, I gotta search and remember what it's called in here. So it's like token as part of it. All right, give resources, here we go. Oh no, this isn't it, because we want, that's the one that I use for testing. Okay, update resource pool. Here we go. So let's find out, where is it giving the food? So daily limited resources, here it is. All right, so we're calculating out the room operating costs. We're calculating out how many resources are being used by active projects. So that would be like those away missions. How many resources are being used by upkeep from rooms. The max the workforce and facility can handle. Calculating in allowed overusage from the admin policies. And then we add the physical equivalent. Okay, so where in here is it checking how much we're actually have available? That's what I need to find. So if your brains are melting at how much code we have, I'm with you. Every time I look at this code, I'm like, how did we get here? How did we get to this point where I have just hundreds of thousands of lines of code for a mod? This also makes me really impressed with Fallout 4, like that it can handle this level of coding at runtime from a script engine. Like it's not it is precompiled, but I mean it's like it's a scripting engine. It's not run at like engine level C++. Like this is just run on their little VM on the game. It's pretty impressive that it can do all that. Okay, so we're trying to find out where is it pulling the available resources that should be available by the settlement. And that is where... This is where I'm going to have to get quiet for a minute while I actually read through this and not just skim it. Okay, actual count available. Here we go. Actual count available. At that floor, get virtual resource network by settlement. And that works for virtual resource, but if it's not, we got to look at the network surplus available. Okay, so it's looking at the surplus. So we keep a... Oh, interesting. Okay, so what it might be... I think I see. So I think what's going on here is the settlements that we have supply agreements with kind of make up their own mini network. So within that mini network, it might be that there's available surplus. So you can see I'm looking at the HQ data store, not the Empire, and that might be my mistake. I probably need to switch this to look not at the HQ, but the Empire. The problem with that will be any settlements outside of my supply agreement network would then be counted. So I got to come up with some solution to that. So that is, I'm just going to put a note in here of to do, because I'm not going to do this right now because I know I can't. There's no way I'm going to do complex coding with you guys watching me. Like I'll get real self-conscious about how quiet I am. Not that I won't be able to code. It'll just be I'll feel bad that I'm not talking. Let's see here. So I'm just gonna write myself notes. This anybody who has access to my source, you probably see these all over the place, like to-dos. They're often like either really complex things that I was just like, I don't have it in me to deal with this today, or ideas for future stuff. Like if you were to look in, I think in the RPG one of the manager quests or RPG manager assignments, I have this like layout of an idea of like how we could do Pokemon style pet battles in Fallout 4. When I started typing up notes, I'm like, no, don't chase that shiny. We don't have time for that. We got to move on. So there's like a bunch of notes about stuff like that peppered throughout my code. All right, so we're gonna say the issue here is HQ data store available surplus calculations only account for settlements in trade network, not the entire Empire. So some of these resources may be allocated to other settlements in the Empire, but not in the supply agreement network. So this is why my report is not matching up, It doesn't mean that there's necessarily like a great big obvious bug here. It just means that I should look in. This is like, I need to look into this and make sure that that's not the case. Because having like the 20 food here not matching up with this is not, like, now that I know this, that I'm pulling from these users, so it's not necessarily an untruth either because of the way the caravan network works. So like we can actually test that. If I go to my map and look at my supply lines, are all my settlements connected together? So Red Rocket is not, but that will have 0 needs. Okay, so they are all connected. So it definitely is such that, yeah, those numbers do need to match up then. I was to say, because if, for example, there was like a sub-network over here, like maybe these two settlements were, settlements were too far away from the next group to be connected, then they would kind of have their own little separate network, and then they shouldn't, their totals shouldn't impact things. But since everything is connected, I do need to resolve this. It is an issue. I've come up with whatever the math is to be like, okay, you can only tap into surplus from settlements that have supply agreements, but you do have to account for the fact that some number of these settlements are plugging those resources. It's also possible that might be that these need to be updated anytime this the update resources happens when you enter workshop mode. So let me put that in my notes too. Might be that HQ data surplus needs to be recalculated more frequently. Okay, so I've got something to search. One day I'll come back in here and do it. Like, this is, to me, is this is close. The numbers are not that far off where I'm super worried. What I'm worried about still is that food though. So this is, so like, I'm only putting it in my code notes and not making a report, because this to me is like, it's gonna take a whole lot of more troubleshooting than I want to do right now with you guys, because I don't even know where to begin with that necessarily. And I don't want to get into too deep of a coding well right now. Like, I'm hoping to avoid any really complex code bugs tonight. All right, so now we're gonna go to here, and we're gonna add these up. I'm just gonna bust out. We're gonna bring open an Excel sheet or my Open Office Calc, because I don't need to give Microsoft any more money. And we're gonna zoom way in here, and we're just gonna start typing away. I'm actually gonna move this off screen. You guys are just gonna have to trust me that I'm entering in the real numbers. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so what are we looking for here? What number should I enter? So I'm thinking, I guess I need to, let me find one that has a positive input and make sure that it's being accounted for here. All right, shared value 21. Okay, okay, good. So it does, wait, no, it might not be subtracting it from this, because this base value is probably unassigned food, and this ID is Sunshine, and I know I have unassigned slots, so that's not going to be a good test. All right, we're checking for shared food value 23. What workshop is that? All right, let's go to this workshop and see which one it is. COC. We might need to do like a tour. Oops, not COC. Player.move to is what I want. We might need to do a tour of all the settlements to make sure all the items are persisted to. That might be worth doing. What settlement is 1D0E2? I have like all the ones in the top left corner of the map memorized for the most part. I can identify like 10 Pines and like I couldn't tell you them all. 250 FE is the one I remember, like I could say as a Sanctuary, but it's Starlight is that one. Okay, oh yeah, this one definitely has unassigned farms because we did that last episode. I was unassigning a lot of people. So that's not a good example. I need one where all the farms are assigned and we're sharing in some food. Okay, here, this might be a good one. 9B, 1C, it looks like it says we're sharing in 4, and we have 33. So what I need to do is check. What I'm trying to confirm here is with these numbers, do I need, when I add it to my spreadsheet, do I need to subtract the shared value from the value, or do I not? Because I don't know. So we're going to go player.move to, because I don't know what settlement this is either. So as you guys can see, this is why a lot of times like our number bugs sit there for a long time, because I'll run into, it's just like it's super complicated. So that stuff I typed up about, you know, maybe we got to check the entire empire versus the HQ data network. Like That's a lot of code to go over. So a lot of times bugs like that end up sitting there because finding the necessary hours in a row where I could wrap my head all around is challenging. Like I would probably need a 3 or 4 hour sit down session where all I do is read through my code and put in a bunch of debugs and then trace through logs. It could take hours. So that's why I'm trying to bypass that right now and do kind of a cheat version of it, of just like, okay, let's look for some obvious issues that don't require me to deep dive into code. Okay, that plot is refreshing. Okay, so what we're trying to do is find out, are all my plots assigned, and then how much food are they producing? So we've got 6 here. Where else do we've got food producers? I don't even remember having that many farms here. Oh yeah, we got this big one right here in the middle. So this one is producing 28. So that's 34, right? No, 34. Do we have, and I think, did this one just upgrade? Is that why it refreshed? Where's its level thing? It might have just upgraded level 2, so that might have thrown off the calculations as well. We might need to do another redump here to see where we're at. But I don't see any other agricultural. Oh, but this has, okay, it doesn't matter that it has 3 people. I got the total. So we should have 34 here. So let's exit out here. We're going to dump the resources again on the network and see that this one, which was, what settlement was that? 9B1AC is what we're looking for. I'm going to put this in my little message here. Okay, we can delete this one. All right, so we're looking up that settlement, which is 10 Pines. Okay, all right, let's run the thing again. We'll get our Empire log to update. Dump Empire resources. Scroll down here. Okay, so food. Okay, see our needs are going up. Production is going down, right? Overall, let's see. Yeah, now it's saying we're producing less food by a little bit. So that's interesting. Okay, so all right, now we need to go back up to that settlement. So let's search for this. There we go. Okay, so now we've got, so food 32, and there's our 2 shared in. Okay, so it does appear that the shared value subtracts from here. So all I have to do on here, in theory, is add up all the values, and they should tally out the values and the needs, and they should tally out to match what's in that report. And if that's the case, then it's just super circumstantial, that I'm just super close. It is just like, I got lucky, and that's what happened. It just feels... My gut says that's not the truth. So we're going to use this one because if every time I click back into this, it's going to update. All I'm looking for is to make sure, is my calculation right? I don't actually care if it's the calculation right in the second, as long as it's generally correct. So we should be able to do 109 here. So we'll add that to our list. Oh, I'm in the wrong cell. Okay, we're going to do 109. And I'll grab the needs too. So we're producing 109 and we need 109. And that actually makes sense because even though we're not producing that exactly, we're sharing 66. So this settlement is actually producing 66 less than that, and it grabbed 66 from the network. So Sanctuary is borrowing 66 from everywhere else to meet exactly its needs. And that's how it's designed to be. The code's designed to set up so that it's kind of, it's taking exactly what's needed so the rest can be shared elsewhere. So now we've got, this one is Sunshine. So we've got 38, but we only need 18. That's actually shocking. I'm surprised it would only need 18. That's a red flag to me right here. So let's go look into that, because the needs for, oh, see, I'm naked because I'm wearing Wes's armor. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe it isn't Sunshine. I was pretty sure this was Sunshine though. Let's just go. Let's see what happens. But like the needs should not be 18, because anytime your recreational or residential plots go up, your needs should go up as well. So that being 18 is very suspicious. Oh, it's Abernathy. I had it wrong. Okay, so this one, that might be right, because I think we're so short on power here. Most of our residentials haven't been able to upgrade. And this does not have a huge population here. So 18 food needs might be correct. Let's see, what level plots do we have over here? Yeah, we have a couple of higher level ones. So that is a little suspicious. The low food needs is suspicious. Let's go check that. So we should need 15 by default, because 1 per person, and then the needs go up a little bit when you have higher residential plots or recreational. Now it looks like we have very little recreational here, at least high level. We've got the one perception plot. So we're going to do, there's a thing that Workshop Framework adds called food needs. So let's see, help food for AVIF. Let's find this value. Extra food needs, there we go. So we're going to go get value 70072EF. So yeah, this says we only have 3 extra food needs. That's very interesting. Which that adds up then. That's 18. So that is correct. I don't know why it's so low. Oh, I wonder if it's something like unpowered. I bet that's it. I bet the extra needs don't work correctly with unpowered. So that's actually a bug. I bet like all of a sudden if I fix that bug, there's going to be, all of us are going to be real short on food and water all of a sudden. But let me test that theory. Let's power this guy up. And if my theory is correct, each person at a level 3 house should require 3 food. So if my theory is correct here, and this has 4 people, if I power this, we should increase our overall need by an additional 8. So they have their 1 by default, right? The settler counts it. So we should go from needing 18 to 26, if my math is correct. So let's see if I repair this, if that number, if I rerun that check on the workshop, if it goes up to 26, and then that will confirm it enough for me. So we're going to go to God mode here. We'll just build a giant generator. We're going to break this thing free of the grid because I don't want to accidentally power a bunch of others, which will mess up our experiment. I guess we better be careful. Let's do exactly enough power. That'll prevent that. I don't want to introduce wildcards here, so we'll put you here. We are going to cut you from that. That should be okay. And this one's already unpowered, so that one's going to be potentially a problem. At least at worst we'll power right in here. Oh, I guess we can go in the back. We'll get something that's a tight radius right next to it. So we'll do a switch. We're gonna do it here, and we're gonna move it outside the build area by a bit, so it's a little too far away from everything else. Wire this up. Now this shouldn't be enough yet. Oh, it says it's powered. Let's make sure this still isn't. Okay, now I powered this one. So then in theory, I just made it so that that's gonna add another point of food. So now we should be anticipating to go to 27. So we'll test if we get 27 needs after I just did that by mistake. So fortunately that was only a single person level 2. Okay, so now let's run that command and see if we go up to 27. Actually, let's do a quick check and see if did I accidentally power anything else that was not powered previously? No, doesn't appear to be. Okay. All right, so let's do get value. Now it's up to 12, plus our base of 15 is 27. Cool. So that's it. So that's a confirmed bug. I'm gonna go put that on I'm gonna put this on our tracker because this is actually something I want to fix. And it should be pretty easy to fix. So new issue, unpowered plots do not apply extra needs. And I'll actually make a save here to confirm it. So I'll exit here. Save confirmed. Unpowered plots don't impact extra needs. And that is fixable, but it's going to be really tough to fix. So, but I do want to attach that. So we're going to go into our documents over here. My games, Fallout 4, saves. And then we'll go to our issue and we'll drag this in here. Oh, and I'm probably gonna have to zip it because I don't think get like .fos files. And then I think after we finish this spreadsheet stuff, I think I'll go back to chat because see if I lost any of you, or if you got all excited about. I guess I should put. I promised spreadsheets. I should put them on the screen. Oh, we don't support that. It's a file type. Get out of here. Come on, get. How do you not support 7-zip? Okay, .zip then. The less compressed cousin. Okay, uploading file. and submit new issue. Okay, there we go. And it actually makes sense to me the way those are done is, here's some technical info for you guys. The way settlement stuff is done so that it can be more efficient is every workshop object has like numbers associated with it, and they are applied to them. So if you ever like, you can see a lot of them, right? When you go into workshop mode, you get shown these numbers a lot. Like you can see this has 10. It's a value called power generator that has 10 of it. Power is actually an exception to what I'm about to explain. So let's skip power. Let's go to like food. Like if we go to a agricultural plot, right? So this has the number 29 associated with it. The numbers, these certain resource types, like the food is one of them, are flagged as resource values. And all resource values get amalgamated and applied to the workbench. So that way remotely, you just need to do one check for the whole settlement. You can confirm this if you push insert with place everywhere. And you can see, I can hover over the workshop and I can see 65 power production, 47 defense production. And I had a way where it would show food and water too, but I don't remember what I had to do that. It might have been like a hacked version of it, but you can see like it amalgamates it all in the workshop. Don't recommend doing it because if you accidentally scrap your workbench, you just destroyed your settlement in that save. So be careful with that, but you can see it just kind of combines all those values together. And we did the same thing with the extra needs as they get applied to the plot and their resource values. The problem is that anytime something is unpowered, none of its resources get applied. Now that makes sense for production, right? You don't want, if you want to require, say like power to generate water, then you want your water to not be produced while you're short on the power. But with needs, that doesn't make any sense. And so to circumvent that, every plot has an invisible object that it spawns where any of the resources that should not go away when it's unpowered will get applied to that. And that's how we do things like storage. So like with the industrial plots, you have like a bonus storage value. We store that on that invisible marker so that even if you run out of power, you don't suddenly like lose your max scrap storage, right? Because that would suck if your settlement went unpowered and then all of a sudden your virtual resources just got wiped out. That would be awful. So I think I just need to migrate all of the extra needs over to that same system, which would be not too bad to do. I'm just not going to do it right now, but we have it solved, easy enough. In fact, I'll put that in mind. Let's add some notes there. Solution, migrate WSW extra needs from plots to the resource modifier holder. And I will know what that means. And hopefully some of the other folks like CBR Gamer and Pra and E who sometimes help me with fixes know about that. Maybe one of them will tackle this. I won't have to. Not that I have any objection to it. I get bogged down in so many things to fix. All right, let's bring up our spreadsheet. I promised you guys some spreadsheet action. Let's get to it. So I guess the reason you're not seeing it is because I guess I can move my notepad over here and you guys can watch the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet action for all of you people who get hot and heavy over Excel. I know there are some of you out there. Okay, so we did that one. So food we determined. Okay, so we can delete this. All right, so we were on, which settlement was I on? I'm going to just go back to the top and double check. So we've only done 2. So 109 and 109. And then the next workshop was 38 and 18. Yep, okay. So like now that we've confirmed one that seemed wonky is good, I'm going to skip any of them that have the same thing. Anything suspiciously low needs, I'm going to just for now assume that that's power issues. So next settlement we've got says 89 produce needs 109. Okay, now we got another suspicious one. How is it that it needs exactly the same as sanctuary, right? That's sketchy. So that's going to be, I'm going to red flag this. Like, huh? We're going to, where's color in this? Here it is. Red flag. We'll come back to that one. Okay, scrolling on through, we've got another 38 again. So anytime I'm seeing these duplicate numbers, I'm like, that seems unlikely. Like with such a big system, I'm gonna red flag that one. Actually, I should write down which settlements these are. So this one is. All right, so let's label our stuff so we can actually not get lost. So we've got produced needs settlement ID. All right, and so let's do this properly. If we're gonna data analyze, let's get all our data in there. This is why I told you guys to buckle in. You're about to watch the magic happen, as boring as it is. Okay, so then this one was this guy. Next up is 1DO, which I think we determined is Starlight, right? Food 38, needs 38. Okay, but that's at least promising. It's getting shared to correctly. Because that one has a... that one's borrowing 23. That's kind of funny. Oh, yeah, because I took everybody off their farms. They were probably self-sufficient. And then in that episode we did the power, where I made everybody open a coal plant in Starlight. Then they had to start importing food. Okay, so next one we got is this guy. Oh, what happened to my sheet? There it is. They have a food value of 33. And so, like, you know, going back to the stuff I was talking about earlier about giving you in-game reports of this stuff, you know, some of you guys legitimately like this stuff and would be like loving to be able to go analyze your settlements if you had access to this data. So I'm really excited to, even in just this report that you can dump in your log, I think will be useful for some of you. But I would love to have this available in game so that you guys could, who like to number crunch, could be like, you know, verifying your stuff. And then it would be a really easy way for you guys to submit bug reports too. It'd be like, hey, look, I've done the number. Here's my spreadsheet. Here's my log files. Here's my save. Like, you got to fix this, Gath. And that would be awesome. Okay, another one. So this one's perfect, which is, that's not suspicious when sharing is in play, right? Like if I have shared value, the one that was suspicious, it's the overall that's suspicious. But when there's a share value, that makes sense. It's the code doing what it's supposed to. It's evening everything out based on the caravan, sending everyone exactly what they need, which is cool. Okay, so scrolling back through here. All right, then we got this settlement has, and this is triggering me right now. We gotta put our labels on the right and try no, insert columns. There we go. There we go. Now that feels better. Okay. Produced value for food is 25. Needs are 25, and it does have a share value, so that's good. Now, if I were a true Excel wizard, I would like have arranged to just be able to copy paste this data out of the logs, but I'm not that good. I have brief moments of being good at Excel. Like if you guys have looked at the balance planning sheet that's public, like that was like the height of my efforts for doing fancy spreadsheets. I tried to edit it the other day to try and add the new plot types that are coming into, or new building classes that are coming to chapter 3, and I was just like, I don't even know how I created the spreadsheet. I can't do it. So like now. That's going to be on the back burner of tasks for future Gath to deal with, of trying to relearn how I managed to set up that balance planning sheet, and so I can add new stuff to it. Okay, so this one is food 29, needs 29, and it has a share value, so we're good there. We've got this settlement, which has 1313 with sharing in play, so we're good there. So far this is looking good, and then it's just going to be of, does the tally at the end when I put a sum cell in here, does it add up to what our big report's working out? Because if that's the case, then I'm feeling pretty happy about this, and it's just very strange that I happen to have exactly enough. All right, so this one, we got another 1414 with sharing in play, so that one's good. We got here, we've got 1111 with sharing happening. It's kind of funny how it ends up working out at the end with like no settlement. I mean, that's how it should be. No settlement should be producing exactly what its needs. Like it's very unlikely that would occur unless there's sharing involved. So we got 40-40, and they're sharing. This settlement has 0. What settlement is this? Oh, I think this is GNN, because technically HQ goes up, and that's correct. They should never be producing anything directly. Everything should be coming from share. So GNN is actually taking 40 food. I think that's correct. How many people do we have there? Let's exit. Uh-oh, I tried to open the Pip-Boy too soon there. All right, let's see. And GNN has how many people? I got to look at the data workshops. Oh, okay. I managed to make it not appear here. That's great. That is what I wanted. I wanted to make sure that I want no one to think that HQ was secretly a settlement. That's one, like I'm not shy about saying it, but I wanted to make sure that it like felt very different on every front and not just like a hacked settlement. So it was like anywhere I could, I was like, all right, we got to get this HUD stuff figured out so it feels really legit. Like I'm not against hacking, but I like to mask it as much as possible so that you guys don't. It doesn't feel like it's held together with duct tape as it really is. Okay, so once we get there, I'll check the population. So it should be 40 based on this. It'll be interesting to see if that's correct or not. Oh, here we go. And it's 40. Okay, so that makes me happy that that worked. All right, let's pop into our spreadsheet once again. And row 13 is, let's see, 13 and 13 with sharing. We're good. I guess I don't. Oh yeah, I'm doing this because I want to tally them up. Because I'm worried maybe my code's tallying wrong. Food 10, needs 10. It does have sharing, so we're good there. That one's accurate. Or in theory is accurate. And that is the last one. So now we should just be able to do a sum here. Oh, it doesn't have autofill. This is one of the downsides of using the cheapo version. And there's 462. And we can see, so this should be short, right? Because we only had 18 needs. Interesting. So it looks like my needs calculation might be off. Some of these. No, it is 462. Why is it 462? Oh, because this settlement here needs 20 more than this one. Okay, so that, and this is one of our suspicious flagged things. So let's head to this settlement because this guy might be, so player dot move to, this is our suspicious settlement. Why is this exactly 109 on needs? The same as sanctuary. So yeah, so then our issue here is, what's interesting about this is this one needs 18. Why isn't this sharing its 20? So that's the mystery we got to solve, right? Why isn't this sharing its 20 with whatever settlement this is? Which it looks like it is Sunshine. So why isn't Abernathy sharing the 20 food with Sunshine? That's the mystery to solve today. This is going to be another. This is going to be one I'm not going to do on camera. I'm going to find the appropriate spot in the code, put notes as a reminder, and maybe open myself a bug report to look into this because this is going to be a deep dive. Like you thought the spreadsheets was boring, you ain't seen nothing. And I like it. Like it's not boring for me. It's boring to watch. Like watching me code is not exciting. I enjoy it because it's getting like every time I fix a bug in code, it feels like a one step closer to a perfect oiled machine. Like it's like that's the way I look at code. It's like I'm engineering a big complex machine, and so when all the numbers come out correctly, then it means the machine's working correctly. So we need to check in here. Oh, whoops! Did not mean to. Did I just blow up that ASAM? Yep. Repair. Shoot. My bad. Okay, so we want to check let's check our food needs here now. We'll do the same. What is it? Get value of that. Okay, that's 89. Okay, so now it's showing 89 as needs instead of our previous one showed 109 as needs. So this might be the case. Oh wait, no, because it's 109. It's 89 plus our 22. So that actually is going to be 111, and we have 111 food. So actually, it's balanced itself out. So okay, let's do this. We're going to bounce from settlement to settlement now. Okay, we got a new test to do. So I don't have definitive data here. But we're going to bounce to settlement and make sure that everything is caught by the persistence manager. So we've already went to a bunch of settlements. We're just going to jump to a few more. So you guys riveted yet? Are you guys enjoying watching me do spreadsheet math and like jump around the settlements and check values? How is this content playing out for you guys? Let me go to chat. Because this is what I would do on an average, like Thursday night, for example. I gotta scroll back through chat because I'm way behind. But you guys are not there. Okay, so we got to Sanctuary. Let's go to the next one. We'll go just kind of in a little row to row so I don't miss any. Spreadsheet mode. Damn, just got real sexy in here. Let's see. Wait, we're going to see King Gath play Spaceships in Space. EVE Online. Have you made IRL friends? I know you keep your identity very private. I mean, like, we still haven't done... I have not done any... No, I've done meetups with one person. I've met with one person IRL, and they're actually no longer on the team. I think they had like career stuff they had to deal with, but yeah, so far I have not met most people on the team, mostly because of distance, not for lack. So I keep my stuff private, but not to like, you know, our core dev team. They might not all of them know my name. I'm sure they just haven't. Some of them have figured out. Some of them I've just told. But I think I'm pretty candid with like where I live and everything with the dev team. And so far only one person has been really close. Like one person happened to live like, I don't know, 40 minutes away from me, where it was like, oh man, that's shocking. Like let's go have lunch. And so, but like, you know, a lot of the people on the team are in the UK, Australia, Germany, and it's just not practical for us to meet up a bunch. I mean, if one of them told me they were in town, I would definitely make it work, but it hasn't happened much. Okay, next. 10 Pines, here we go. Actually, I already visited 10 times. I don't need to. Let's see, going down, looking. And if you guys, I'm sure somebody already pinged you guys, but just a reminder, make sure you do at King Gath if you want me to see your message, because I'm so far behind on chat, I gotta like just skim, so I'm just looking for the at King Gaths. JC1 Ward, cool watching you bug fixing, but I have to head to bed. Good night, all. Cool. I'd say good night, but sure I got that message 20 minutes ago. Gumby Shrimp, when are you starting development on Fallout 5? Speaking of development, any of you guys who is interested in working, who likes to do this kind of stuff too, systems development, someone sent me a link to Bethesda Austin has an opening for a systems designer. And I commented to the person that I appreciate them thinking of me, but I don't think I want to work on Fallout 76. It does not appeal to me. Let's see. Naked King Gath, nice. Oscar Fry, why is King Gath SS so ripped in that vanilla body? Maybe do I have a body replacer installed? I don't know. I don't think so. I might have it unless I have it loose files or something by accident. I played around with does anybody know what's the name of the male body replacer? It's got the mod name's got a weird name. I have that installed because we used it for. I don't think I have installed it. I have it on my computer. We used it to make Berman in the Chapter 2 trailer because we needed him to just look, because he looks really huge in that armor he's got on. And then like when we take the armor off, he's so small, and he's got that big head we did to match it. And then you take all that off of him and he just looks so puny in the vanilla body. We're like, we can't use that. Like dude needs to look ripped. Otherwise the scene's not going to play right. It's going to look real, because Berman looks weird if you take his clothes off him. His head is way too big for that body, the vanilla body. County Crossing. Carvok, I pushed the wonderful system King Gath created to limits I do not think it was meant to do. Fell in love. Hot and heavy spreadsheet action. Fantastic. Censor your ass. Oh, this is great. Okay. King Gath busted out the spreadsheets. So basically just lots of commentary. Just have fun with it. All right, appreciate it. Ed Solis, thank you for the donation. Great learning experience. Yeah, I hope so. I hope somebody's making use of this, and it's not just me, boring everyone to tears. I hope there's some use that comes out of this. Besides just like we're getting some good bug information. Like this is great. In fact, I think this is like some of the stuff that I'm usually afraid to dig into because I know it's a bottomless well. But for some reason, I'm less afraid while you guys are watching because. I don't know, I'm just having fun with it. Like, whereas sometimes these bugs might get buried because I'm just like, I know I don't have 4 hours to dive into that today. So next bug, what's one that I can do in an hour? Okay, what's the next settlement? Speaking of things I can do next. So we went in a row across there. We know sunshine we touch. Let's go to Oberland. All right, so basically right now, guys, we're just jumping from settlement to settlement to trigger the Workshop Framework's persistence system. We want to make sure that it has all the refs loaded, and then we're going to do another network update. We're going to force the resource sharing to refresh, do a dump, and then what I'll probably do after that is turn down the timescale really low, fast travel again somewhere, or COC somewhere and run it again and make sure that the resources didn't update, that they should still match. Because like if I have the time scale low, that should be no other plots trigger during that time, no other auto assignment triggers. I might need to like wait. I'm trying to eliminate variables here. I'm trying to be a scientist here about this. Otherwise, we're wasting our time trying to figure out this issue. So I gotta figure out how to approach this. I think if we turn down the time scale and then we wait, I'll probably have to do some save checks with the what do you call it? What's the thing we use for save editing? What's that? Resaver. We load up the save with Resaver, make sure the active scripts is down to near 0, and then test again. Is what I kind of got to do. I got to make sure there's no, because if there's a bunch of queued up scripts that at any time during the run it could throw off our results. That won't be good. Would it also help to record the shared values? I mean, I have the whole. I'm not throwing away the sheet that I'm pulling from CBR Gamer, so yeah, I could. I'm just what I was really trying to do, and like what we already did, going back to the spreadsheet. All I wanted to do with that spreadsheet was verify that these numbers match what is in at the bottom of, let me bring this stuff back over, at the bottom of here are data totals. I just wanted to make sure that these totals that we're getting added up, there was no bug in my code for that. Like if I somehow like did a minus equal or added, you know, the defense to the food score or something, but it looks like it's accurate. I guess I didn't confirm these ones because that's where I could see when I'm copy pasting code, I might have accidentally like, you know, added the wrong thing, but none of these numbers are the same. So I don't think that's the case. And these do add up correctly to what was in this above data. So I think from now on, I can just trust this section. We don't need the spreadsheet anymore. That's all I was doing with the spreadsheet. Just making sure that my, because I didn't set up a unit test, I had to do it manually. It's basically what that comes down to in nerd terms. Has anybody, any of you coders here, CBR, I know you are one. What do you guys think about unit testing? Like, I love it in theory, but like in practice, every time I sit down to do it, I'm just like, this is so much work for so little gain. And often I end up I still have to then go double check my unit tests later if a bug pops up. And I feel like it ends up just net result is way more work. And the end result is the same. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Or maybe it's more important when you're dealing with a lot of developers. And since most of this code is me, and like anytime someone submits a merge, I always like go through it by hand. That maybe that's just not as valuable to the way I develop. I don't know. I have trouble with. I have not been thoroughly convinced of the value of unit testing in the programming projects I've been a part of. I've heard it's not about the size of your spreadsheet, but how you use it. I think I already read that one, but it's funny still. Check your caravan plots are manned and working. I mean, they must be because I have everybody's on the network. Up there goes a little naked Gath again. Carvac, it's no different to me running about a settlement, throwing down stuff, bouncing from idea to idea. You validate the data. I'm trying. Let's see, Kez Daddy, I'm having a good time. It's nice seeing someone being passionate about something, no matter what that something is. I agree with that attitude. I like, I'll watch all sorts of weird videos about people just being excellent at their craft. Even if I have no intention of making it, like all the videos of people like creating real life versions of stuff like the Hacksmith guys or like Nerdrotic creating their stuff. Like, even though I'm never gonna, they show you step by step how you're gonna build that. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna actually do it, but it's so nice to watch them get passionate and like actually put in the effort to do it right. It's really, really enjoyable watching that stuff. I feel like the YouTube and that kind of content, like watching people do stuff like that, has almost replaced all of my time I used to spend watching like Netflix and whatnot. Like, the only shows I was keeping up with were Marvel, and then She-Hulk came out and it's kind of sucks. So I've lost interest in even that. And like even all the Star Wars shows, man, I wanted to watch Andor, and then when it came out, I got burned out so bad from Obi-Wan and Book of Boba Fett that now I don't even want to watch Andor. Like, TV's burned me too many times where I'm just kind of like, ugh. I'll just watch people do cool stuff on YouTube, and that's enough for me. So my apologies to anybody who finds those shows I just mentioned good. They just didn't do it for me. Let's see here. Okay, so I think that is it. We went to all the settlements. So now Next step is going to be, yeah, we're going to create a save, and we're going to turn down the timescale so we stop triggering more scripts. So we're going to go set timescale to 0.1. I do not recommend playing at a super low timescale like this in general, but it is a way to stop your script load from triggering over and over again, because most of the timers in the game are based on the game time, and the timescale is your game time. So I'm basically telling the script engine to like slow down, slow way down. We don't want to trigger anything. So now we're going to go to save. I like to call this script check. And then we're going to load up into here. Oops, I have it in the saves folder. I have a copy of the program set up. So we're going to go to Fall Room Tools. I don't know. What is the latest version of Fall Room Tools? Do you guys know? I'm on 4.3.2, and it has always worked for me, so I've just never switched. For a brief period, I used like his beta build, and it kept crashing for me, so I switched back to this, and I haven't changed it again. I don't know if he's still actively developing. I think he kind of comes and goes into fits of retirement and then reappearing. Like, I know he got really interested when I discovered the issue that Canary watches for, and then he disappeared again after that. Okay, so we've got Crafting Lab running. That's it. Why is Crafting Lab running? Oh, we got a bug in our... Oh, this is why when I tried to use the lab, nobody showed up. There's some sort of infinite loop here in the in this code here. That's not good. Okay, well, we can make a use of that. So we're gonna take this save here. So I'm guessing that it's my sort references by distance to ref utility function has some sort of infinite loop in it. That's not good, because we use that a lot. Or maybe it's just with the crafting lab. But either way, I'm going to put potential infinite loop GitLab operator. All right, so let's create a bug for that, because I have this on my list to address and I haven't gotten to it yet. So we'll do new issue, lab operators not showing up. Noticed in resaver, multiple runs of, what was that exact function? Sort references by distance to ref. Sort distances from previous, why did I put a comma there? Activations of the lab stuck in the active scripts. And then we will zip up our save here. All right, pop this up here. Boom, there we go. All right, got another new issue log. So we're just adding issues today instead of reducing them. That's kind of a bummer, but the nice thing about putting them up there is there's a chance that some of the other folks who are knowledgeable take a crack at some of those, and then we might get more people fixing them than just me. Okay, so now we're gonna run our update, which I can just trigger with popping in and out of workshop mode. So we'll pop in. We'll just leave it in, and we'll watch the numbers flux a little bit. See what kind of stuff changes here. And then once we're fairly certain the numbers are stable, I will run another report. We're going to look at those numbers just for curiosity. Then we're going to fast travel just to make sure that like a new settlement loads, another one unloads, because that'll confirm whether or not... I can also... E gave me a command to dump the persistence so we can compare the numbers. Let's see if I can find that, because that would be useful to know. It's like, are we losing or gaining persistence? That would be interesting to know. Let's see, I got to find where those scripts are. So that is going to be in here. Scripts, source, user, v2. No, not v2. I don't want some settlements. I want workshop framework. Maybe it's under library. Oh, it's probably just in the raw directory here. Did I not copy those in? There it is, Persistence Manager. Okay, so we want to look for a, so you call it dump. Dump persisted refs. Here we go. So we can use that too. We can figure out how many persisted refs we got. Okay, so that should be enough time for the numbers to stabilize. So now we'll make another save. So we'll do a Empire output check. I'm just going to do one more check in resaver. Make sure that we didn't just get a burst of scripts when I entered into workshop mode, which is very possible. Uh-oh, what happened? Where did my thing go? Saves. There we go. Open up resaver again. And so if you guys are ever on the forums and we ask you to check your active script count, this is what we mean. We mean pop open this program called resaver. I think it's called Fallrim Tools. I don't know why he names his exe different. Maybe he intended on including more tools, but on Next it's called Fallrim Tools, and there's a thing in there called resaver and lets you open saves and look at data about them. And we basically want to know is what is this number next to the word active scripts, and then it's also useful to know suspended stacks. If you have like any suspended stacks is, you know, it could be a sign of a problem, but the biggest problem is if your active scripts goes to like 50, 100, something like that, like your save is hurting, and you basically need to go park yourself somewhere. You could do the timescale trick I did, park yourself somewhere like the cellar and sanctuary, and just wait it out. Just let your game run for a while, save it again, double check your scripts, make sure they're going down. The timescale trick is one I haven't really recommended to people much, which we should probably add that. So any of you guys who are you know, regular helper folks, you might want to recommend that when you're helping people. Add that to your troubleshooting repertoire, but it's really important people set their timescale back. Your default is 20. So if you do that in a live scenario where you're going to keep the save, like usually when I set it to 0.1, it's in a save that I know I'm not going to keep using. It's just like I'm just testing something. But if you set your timescale low, put it back to 20 when you're done. Okay, so we've got a good save here to start from. So now let's run our command. We'll dump this new log. Dump Empire resources. Let's bring that bad boy up. Should be all the way at the bottom. Okay, so what's our totals now? Okay, so total food needs is, okay, so it's really close. We're really close on food. That's shocking how close we are. Water we're way under. Power we're way over. Power over makes sense. This is showing defense is good, but I think my defense is just not distributed evenly because we don't have defense sharing. Power, I think I could probably...
I'm keeping my eye on you.
If I just built a power transfer in every settlement, we'd actually be good to go. Because I don't think... Although I don't think this right here is going to... The need here does not account for HQ's use, because HQ uses it a little bit differently. So I'm going to add that to my notes here to add that. Because I would like that to account for that. The problem is the HQ, the way it uses resources is very weird. So maybe that doesn't make sense in this report. I guess it would make sense for upkeep, right? Like you wouldn't want it to show temporary project usage in this, but for upkeep that makes sense. So let me put that. Let's see, we need Empire Manager here, dump Empire resources, and I'll put it to do up here. Total needed power to do. Add HQ power. Actually, we'll just do it for all of them because we're going to have... We don't use defense in HQ currently. We may in the future, but to do, add HQ upkeep, room upkeep to these totals, because that would be useful to know. Okay, so all right, so now I'm gonna just copy. All I'm gonna grab is I can grab all of it. It's not a maybe we need this other data. Let's grab all this, put it in another sheet, and then we'll run it again. All right, we can find where it started. These logs are huge. Here we go. Dump resource end. So we'll grab... Okay, so we're no longer interested in this file, so we're just going to replace it. Oops, I just did a double... I missed my hotkeys. There we go. Okay, and actually we're going to save this file just so we remember what it is, because I don't want to cause a problem here. So we're going to call this Empire Resources... And we'll just timestamp it. So I guess this is 10:48 p.m. All right, so now we're going to fast travel, check our, make another save, test our scripts, and make sure, actually we won't fast travel, we'll COC. That way we don't pass any time. So when you fast travel, you actually change, the time will pass, But if we use COC or player.move to, it won't. So we'll do player.move to 250 FE. Now this is going to trigger some scripts, and that's fine. I just want to see after the scripts are finished, because of the persistence, the numbers should be stable because there should be no plots updating or upgrading, and the code should be identical that it's running when we arrive at the settlement. So I can't think of any reason why the numbers should be different after this. And if they are, it's something possibly worth investigating. But okay, so now we do a save, and we'll call this script check again, just because I use script check over and over again because I know it's just like a garbage save I don't need to think about. Because a lot of times, otherwise, when if you guys saw how many saves I have in here, it gets overwhelming, and I sometimes need to go clean up. Like I try to keep useful saves with particular bugs, or like I keep all of my end of session and mid session Let's Play saves. But eventually I got to clean up my data directory because these saves are 30 or 40 megs each. So, you get up to a few hundred of them, and it's a significant chunk of your hard drive. So I like to have a way to identify the ones that I don't need all the time. And then these ones I know they'll just overwrite if I happen to have one. Okay, so we've got all of our enter settlement stuff running. So we're going to let this run for a minute. So when you have active script, because I have my timescale low, I'm just going to stand here, and that's fine. If you are trying to get yours to go down, the best thing to do is make sure, standing still really will do it. But we often tell people go to another world space cell, because that will make sure none of your settlements are loaded. So we'll tell you go to Diamond City, or go into the cellar and just chill. That's one thing to do. I'm just going to sit here and catch up on chat while we wait for that. So let's see here, because I am way behind now. I sat there, I just talked for a long time. Yeah, somebody body talk. That is it, Nick. That's what we used for Berman. What causes everyone's to be so shiny in the HQ? It's comical. That is because we have exterior weather enabled. The goal wasn't to enable exterior weather directly. We wanted you to be able to see outside, and we wanted the sky to match what's actually happening outside. So if you walk outside on the balcony, it will match. Unfortunately, the game's system is a little quirky with that, and if it's raining outside, it enables the rain texture on everyone. There's a mod that makes that way better. I can't remember what it's called. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There's a mod that makes the rainy textures on things way more realistic. Like for some of them, it's stupid how shiny it is. Like the rotisserie with the I don't know what that is on there, like a mole rat or something. Like that looks like chrome when it's raining. And there's a mod out there that fixes a lot of those. In fact, I think there's a mod just for that one, but I think there's a series of mods to fix the shininess of things because it's so over exaggerated in Fallout 4. That's also why in occasionally in HQ you'll just get splashes happening because the area where we put so to make HQ feel like it's actually where it is, it's all simulated. Like we had to calculate the position in the LOD where HQ would exist, but our HQ inside and even vanilla one is slightly bigger than it actually is outside. So technically part of HQ in the main hall is in a big pool of water in the real world position. So when it rains, it makes it so that puddles splash, because that's what happens in the game world is you'll see little rain splashes and stuff. So that's why you hear those random splashes in HQ occasionally too. It's related to that same thing. It's one of those things where I'm hoping that eventually, some F4SC solution will come about, because I don't want to lose it. Because when it's not doing that splashy stuff, it's so cool to be able to look out the windows and see that you're actually in that location. And seeing the weather outside match, it feels really good. Oscar Fried, Todd, King Gath, why are you trying to hide who you are? We all know you're Todd Howard. Quester WI is a very old programmer. I started with computer back in the dark ages of punch cards. This is a blast to watch. Awesome. I'm glad somebody's enjoying it. Corey B, I love unit testing, but it takes hours and hours just to set it up. Yeah, I think that's my, I think one of the reasons that I like being, mostly solo is I've got the agility and scrappiness, and unit testing is so antithetical to that it reminds me too much of the corporate projects where it's so everything goes at a snail's pace. And I get it when, you're doing an operating system or even an online services game. I could see it being a necessity where you're having your a bug that makes your resources go all crazy in an online competitive game where people are collecting resources, that's like, that could ruin your whole system. But like, you know, in something like this, or like even, you know, a single player game, if a player gets a bunch of resources in their single player game because of a bug, that's not the end of the world. And then like, you know, for my, some of the software I have to work on for work, like anytime it's just dealing with numbers, I think I don't do unit testing, but I do a heck of a lot of just like really, like I slow way down for that. And I guess some of that could use some unit testing, but yeah, I have trouble adopting it for all my projects, or any of my projects, I should say. So why is why is King Gath naked, I assume you mean? Does it help with the coding somehow? We keep breaking Wes's outfit because we're trying to get, so I remember like last stream? Where we had like the American flag on the chest and we're like, that doesn't seem right. That seems different. And it was wrong. It was, Wes is supposed to have a custom version of the gunner logo. So we had this thing set up, and actually this is a little behind the scenes thing. We had like a different logo for different squads. Like the Hellhounds was one when you deal with the CPD, and then Wes had his own little squad, and Algernon has his own. Algernon actually had his own emblem as well, but we couldn't get it to work on that power armor mesh, and nobody could figure out why, so we just scrapped it because it was like, well, we're not going to delay the mod over this. Like, it's not the end of the world that doesn't happen. So we never put it on any of the gunners in Vault 75, and we didn't put it on Algernon, but the goal was going to be we were going to have like different sects of the gunners because we wanted it to feel more like a realistic faction where it's like not everybody is blindly following you know, the villain. Like some of them could be helpful, and we wanted to make the faction feel more realistic, and we didn't really dive into that too much. Like, you know, we didn't want to like mess with the vanilla cells, so we didn't have a bunch of sects of gunners with you know, that some are aligned to the different things. That would be one of those things we could go back and do later to make it feel more fleshed out. But I don't know that we'll ever have the bandwidth to do that. But that's like in our heads, like if we're like, okay, and on an infinite timeline, you know, one of the things we would love to have done would be like, you know, have like Algernon set up a friendly gunner base that you could go to, and like some of, you know, a couple of the random groups of gunners in the world would like become friendly to you because you allied with Algernon. Like that's the type of level we would love to have seen, so that it feels like, you know, it's all real, and rather than just encapsulated in our little story. And so we had those custom like subgroup, like, because, you know, like in real military, they'll have that, like their squads or whatever, or I'm not great with the terminology. Well, they'll have I'm sure some of you guys are in the military, you can answer this or clarify the words I'm using poorly. We'll have their own little, like for their group, they've got you know, their little custom emblem they've created, and some people get tattoos of it or get patches put on their gear or whatever. Like we wanted to emulate that feel, and so we had a custom one for Wes, which was working and on his armor. And sometime in this update where we're trying to get all the outfits tightened up, we're trying to not only tighten up the outfits as far as like technically, but we're also trying to remove them on Xbox because we need to make a lot of space on Xbox. Like I think this patch we made about 70 megs a room on Xbox, which Xbox players, if you're listening, please do not get too excited about any new space you gain and fill it up with new mods, because once we release Chapter 3, like that's why we're making that space, so you can play Chapter 3. So if you get too used to playing a bunch of other mods in your playthroughs with SS2, you're not going to have room for Chapter 3. Like we have to make I estimate about 500 megs worth of space, which is going to be a tall order. I have another spot. I know I can do it. One of the things, you know how we have all these colored skins on there? That's like probably 120 megs of textures. So I think those can go for Xbox. I think that's too much. I think we can cut another 30 from sound files. So that's like, you know, we're like halfway there. Kind of. So where I'm going to find the other half, I have no idea, but that's a slow march that Beebs has been working on for the outfits, because outfits was one where like that is definitely something we can sacrifice for a lot of our NPCs without losing too much of their flavor. Like we don't want to lose some core characters' outfits, but okay, that's enough rambling. Let's do another script check. Let's see where we're at with this and see if those have to have finished by now. I just got talking, so it wasn't like that's how long I think you guys should wait if you're doing similar experiments. I just got distracted effectively. All right, going into the script check. Let's see what our active count is. Make sure none of the recalculation type things are running. Now we probably just triggered one when we exited workshop mode, so that's okay. But active scripts. Okay, just our crafting lab, infinite loops are still there. God, that's so irritating. So the very first patch I did for Sim Settlements 1. Like, so there was 1.0 and there, I don't know, maybe I started with like 0.01 or something. I don't remember what I did for the release. The very first patch I did had an infinite loop in it and like broke the mod for tons of people. And I just was so upset by this. Like, I reached out to every mod author with coding experience, like, please, can you look at my source? I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, there's so many people playing this mod there, all their saves are broken. Thankfully Reg2K was like a big fan of Sim Settlements when it came out, and he looked over my code and found that I had screwed up a while loop and put the iterator inside of an if statement. And those of you guys who are just like, what the hell did he just say? Don't worry about it. Basically, an infinite loop can like brick a save. So those are, I'm so worried about those now because I did that with the first patch of SS1, and thankfully everyone was very forgiving. I think, you know, the mod was interesting enough in scope where people were willing to be like, all right, we'll deal with some growing pains, because people, apparently a lot of you guys wanted this type of gameplay. Okay, so we're in good shape here to do another dump. So we're anticipating these numbers should be identical to this 1048 log. That's what we're hoping for. So I'm going to just check the total numbers first, and we'll see where we're at. So let's copy this out of here. And then we'll check in there, because every time I tab out of this, the file's going to try and update because the log is live. Okay, grab all of this, new file, paste that in. All right, now let's do a quick check. Okay, so we got defense 1759, 1633, beautiful. 476, 478. Okay, so our needs went up a little, so that's not great. Power 2276, 724. All right, so our produced went down. 2361 versus 2276. 593, 637, 635. So we had a little bit of fluctuation, so that's interesting. So I guess I'll individually look at which settlements changed now. Like, that's, I was hoping to avoid that. I was hoping this was going to be accurate, but again, this is like going back to what we talked about at the top of the stream. This is what we got to do to solve these numbers. We got to figure, like, where is the specific discrepancy. Okay, so we can see right away that the settlement we arrived at is the cause amount. Okay, so let's do that. Let's look at what is the actual differences. What are we solving for? So we'll bring up our little spreadsheet here. We'll just go to sheet 2. All right, let's move this stuff over here again so I can type into the spreadsheet. All right, so we need to find these differences. So let's see, our 1048 save. I don't know why I did it like that. 10:48 p.m. save has, let's see. Actually, let me just, no, I can't copy paste that. All right, so we've got, cancel. We got defense. All right, this will be produced, needed. All right, so we had 1759, 1633. Then we go to food. 476 produced, 478 needed. Power 2276, 724. Water 593, 635. All right, so what we're trying to find out is, like, what do we need to account for? So we'll just do a difference between the new ones. So we needed a 10:48 p.m. versus, what time was this one at? This was 10:59. We'll just save that now. I'll save as Empire Resources 10:59. Okay. All right. So we'll copy this column here. I guess not column, this little chunk. 59 p.m. All right, so then what did they change to? All right, so we ended up with 1759, that's correct. 1633, okay, so our defenses, am I in the right file? 476, 480, yeah, okay. So the defense happened to be perfect. Power looks like the need is the same, but the production is different. Water is 593 produced, 637 needed. Okay, so let's find our discrepancies. So we'll do equals, oh, I guess I need an extra column here because we need to find, all right, what's the best way to do this? right, so we need to find discrepancies here. So I guess we'll just call this discrepancies here. And we'll do equals B2. There's probably a better way to do this, but this is what I'm going to do. So wait, B2 minus B8. And then we should be able to just boop. And that should do C2. Okay, so pretty minor discrepancies. So now we need to find those in our settlements. So now also we're looking for, we want to know why did food need go down by 2? Wait a second. No, went up by 2 because these are inverted. So I should actually do it the other way. I guess it doesn't matter one way or the other. So I got to find a difference of 2 food, a difference of 2 water, and a difference of 85 power production. In this, somewhere in here, let's bring this back over here. So somewhere in here, there should be some sort of major differences. So if we look at, let's start with Sanctuary, because that to me feels like it's going to be the most likely culprit since we just arrived there. So food is one of them. So we had, bring up my spreadsheet one more time. Okay, so we need to find a 2 food difference in need. So our food need at 1048 at Sanctuary, let's see, was 107, and now it's to 109. Okay, so that makes up that discrepancy. Water was, oh wait, is water needs 2 we're checking on? Yep, so we've got a 131 needs at 1048. And went up by 2, yep, so that makes up that one. And then power, I think we're looking for production, right? We're looking for an 85 point swing up. So we're producing 85 more. So power production is 482. And now it goes up to 567. Yeah, so Sanctuary makes up for all of those differences. So that's really interesting. Like I would be curious now. Okay, so the next experiment now will be, let's go to another settlement, do the same thing, and see how Sanctuary numbers fluctuate after we leave, and how this new settlement we arrive at, how theirs fluctuate. So let's go down to Sunshine. It's an equally large settlement that will likely have some sort of big impact. Oh no, I just did a fast travel. Okay, good thing we made a save, because I just invalidated my experiment there by fast traveling, because it's going to advance time. We don't want that, so I need to reload. In fact, something you guys might not know about Fallout 4, if you load a save, it does not correctly dump everything from memory. And so there's actually, like, people have shown me proof of cross-contamination between saves, like when they loaded up another one. It's crazy. It's really, like, actual data from their save file will get loaded into the old save file. So, like, when I'm doing an experiment, that's important. I need to reload. Like, it's not important for your guys' day-to-day save gameplay, but man, for something like this, really need a fresh memory load here. So we'll do, so this would have been, yeah, we can do the script check. That should be fine. Okay, so now we're going to, instead, so I'm going to look up okay, we had 10 pines, right? We knew that one. I can use that. So we'll grab that code here. We'll just teleport to that. It doesn't really matter which one we use. We're just, our hypothesis we're testing right now is that whatever settlement you load into, its numbers will be different. Which makes me think that either the persisted refs isn't doing enough to solve these problems, or there's missing items in the persistence. It's one of those two. So I'll have to test for that next. But first, let's just see if this has the same problem as what going to Sanctuary had. So same thing we'll have to do again. We'll have to make a save, wait for the logged or the active scripts to clear up. So we'll just let ourselves idle. And in the meantime, I'll catch up with chat while we're waiting for that. All right, let's see here. So Valen Love, watch Arcane. I've heard really good things about it. I'm not much of a League player. Like I played it briefly and had some fun with it, but I'm not good at it. So playing real multiplayer on there, people just get mad and yell at me in chat. Fun game though, but I never really got into the lore, so I kind of avoided that. But if that's good TV. Let's see, Mod Hunter 42. I had a save that had 200 scripts running, and after waiting 50 minutes, it goes up another 200. Let it go to 2,000 in testing. All rest is 2 scripts. That's not good. That's not good. Do you know what? Do you know like any? Do you remember what any of them were? Oh, it looks like I missed a super chat a little while ago. My apologies. Christopher Beckham, thank you for the donation. King Gath Fallout 4 ASMR bug fixing, whispers, soothing keyboard sounds, and clean pull request merges. Listen to Sweet Siren Song, King Gath's data. Let's see. Chris Peterson, just had to restart my playthrough because my game started freezing when saving. Only had 7 active scripts in resave, but didn't think to check the suspended stacks. Yeah, suspended can be pretty bad. Freezing when saving. Like freezing completely locked up, or is it... Because that could be the long save. So we ran into this with the launch of Chapter 2. We had introduced this, what we call the long save bug. And like I know why it happens, and I know not to do that anymore, but... basically, what causes the long save is as you play the game more, the game builds up a bunch of stuff that needs to be garbage collected in the virtual machine, in the code. And when you save, that's when it processes all that. And so if there's a lot going on, like if a lot of scripts ran, it can slow down your save over time. So like there's actually some interesting solutions to it. One of the ways you can prevent the long save bug is by saving more often, because then the garbage gets collected more frequently. Is one thing I learned from that. There's a DLL patch I put out a while ago, and I thought it was going to get rolled into Buffout 4. Maybe it did, and maybe that's why I don't experience it, because I have Buffout for crash log purposes. But there was a fix that I put out during that time period. It should be still on our forums that Nukem did for us. He collected the bounty to solve the long save bug. And he created a fix that fixes the garbage collection. Basically, the garbage collection in Fallout 4's VM is broken. And he fixed it. I actually sent all of his data and code to Bethesda. Like, hey, you guys want an improvement? Like, you're probably still using VM. And I got it to the right person. I got it to the person who's in charge of Papyrus. So hopefully they will make that improvement for Starfield and beyond. But for Fallout 4, we're stuck with a garbage collector that doesn't work correctly, and that's what causes those long saves. So if it's that, Chris, it might resolve itself eventually. But if it's like it never resolves itself, then that's probably not long save. That's probably save corruption. And yeah, then there's not much you can do about that. Suspended stacks probably could cause that. I haven't run into that kind of save in a long time. 252k script instances, that's probably pretty normal. Script instances, let me show you how many I have in mind. I usually don't pay attention to that number, because that just means you have that many items in the world that have scripts on them. And it could be like spawn, and you definitely end up with a lot with SS2 running, because we spawn a lot of items with scripts on them all the time. And then like a lot of times we clean them up. But yeah, see, I have 152,000 of them. Script instance items. I don't really think anything of it. I'm sure most of them are under S. See, 37,000. So any of them from Sim Settlements will probably start with an S. So like while we are more than any other category, and like there will be some vanilla with S, we're not so out there that it's, concerning. Like there's 24,000 with O, 22,000 with F. So like it's not a number I'd be concerned with. So I just tend to ignore the script instances number. It's not useful. It's my finding anyway. Okay, so that should be enough time. Let's do another script check. Pop into Fallroom Tools here. Man, for the first time today, I'm like hungry. Midstream, I'm hungry, which is weird. I think it's because I had my wife is on a juice cleanse right now, so no eating. So I told my kids they could pick dinner every day because they want to eat weird stuff that she wants nothing to do with. So today they chose breakfast for dinner. So you can imagine not very heavy food, like eggs and sausage, not enough to sustain someone. And then I like couldn't eat just that. Like I'm like, I love breakfast food, but I can't just eat that. So like I made myself like a big old bag of broccoli, but not enough calories. I'm just like running on empty here. All right, cool. Our scripts are good. Let's run our check. So SS2 Empire Manager. Like I literally might stop the stream in a second and go get a snack. That's how hungry I suddenly am. All this brain juice on spreadsheeting is getting to me. Dump Empire resources. And then let's bring up our log file. Okay, so our hypothesis is that the logs will not match up once again, but this time they will be skewed by 10 pines, which we know the ID for is 9B1AC. So let's test our theory here. Okay, so we've got, so we're going to compare to 10, I guess we want to always be comparing to the previous one. I guess there's argument we could compare to either, and it doesn't matter. All right, so here at, okay, let's see, so this will be 1113. So Empire Resources, 1113. Okay, so this one we got 1759. I guess I'll compare to both of them. Let's get Persistence Manager, although we're not ready to do that yet. Versus 1759 and 1633. Okay, so defense needed went down. That's interesting. But we'll do the same thing. I'll create the little spreadsheets. I'm just doing a quick spot check. So produced went down on food by a lot. Need went up a little. Produced on power went up from there, but is it the same from here? Oh, I don't like this like one. There we go. That feels better. Okay, so power is the same production, slightly different need. Okay, the number jumps are way less severe from here, except for defense is pretty massive. Food production is pretty massive. Water and power are almost inconsequential. Okay, this is very interesting. Nope, that's my patch notes. Don't need that right now. Okay, so now we'll do another discrepancy block here. We'll compare 1059. I guess I don't need to make a new one. We'll just do, I'm just keeping it all on the screen. Normally I would do it vertical, but I want to make sure you guys can see it all. For anybody who cares about this, 1050 or 1119 is what we said, right? No, it can't be because it's only 1115 right now. So it's not in the future. 1113, there it is. 11:13 p.m. All right, we need this column. We need this. And then we need tab back and forth. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about, Chris. I'm getting into ASMR voice by accident. 1759, 1633. Anybody getting tingly? All right, here we go. Now we'll do another discrepancies run here. I should label this. So this is 1059 versus 1048. This is 1113 versus 1059. Okay, so this is going to be, which direction were we doing? We were doing older minus newer, right? I want to be consistent here. Yeah, older minus newer. So we'll do equals B8 minus F2. And we should, because we laid it out the same, should still be able to do this. All right, does that work correctly? F2. Are these the same? Did I just copy paste the wrong one? I feel like, yes, I did. I must have. Yes, I just did the 10. I'm sure you guys are screaming that in chat. Whoops. Okay, produced need is 1564. There we go. There we go. Like what? Like there's, I know there are discrepancies. I saw them. All right, 480 happens to match up. 2361 matches up. 751. 573. 637. Okay, there we go. Now that's more like it. Okay, so now the question is, okay, first of all, did that do it correctly? C8 minus G2. Yep. Okay. All right. Now we should see, does 10 pines account for all of these discrepancies? So we'll go up to 10 pines, which we have the ID for here. So we can search that up. Bring that up and do the same here. Okay. So let's compare Can I get these to line up perfectly? Yes. Okay. That's so satisfying when I can do that. Let me just tab back and forth and look. Okay, so we've got a difference of 2.5 in defense. And we're looking for to make up for looking up to make up 69. Ha ha ha. Let's see. So where is that in? So that does not account for that. So that's coming from other settlements. So interesting. So that blows my theory out the wall in order, and it also like leaves me very confused. Well, it leaves me without a hypothesis now. Like the next step is then going to be, maybe one of you guys has an idea of what the next step would be to identify where this problem is coming from. My initial gut feeling says that we need to persist more stuff. Like perhaps some of our modifiers need to be persisted, and we may have prevented them. So I know one of the things that that he did when creating this persistence manager is he went through and found a bunch of stuff in SS2 and put an anti persistence tag on, because we don't want to over persist. But maybe he hit some things that need it. So that could be one. That's one theory I can work with. That if there are some number of items, like invisible items, aren't getting persisted, then their resource counts would change every time you jump cells. That could make up for it. But let's continue with the rest of these real quick. So do we have a 60 food count explanation between these two? No, not even close. Only a 2 food difference. And then power we'll just skip because it's only 120. Can we make up for 20 water here? No, definitely not. Okay, so I basically need to come up with a new hypothesis here and test it, and I think we're ready to move on from this problem. Let's do something more interesting. So I'm gonna go to chat now because I do want to use this last little bit. I think I want to put one, I think we'll have time to figure out one more bug. This ended up going a lot longer than I thought just on this one issue, but this is an example of why seemingly simple things or important things can sit there for so long. It's just the amount of hours we can spend just to try and verify that an issue actually exists. It gets pretty crazy. So now you guys have seen it. But I would like to get a bug fixed by your voting. So I'll grab a few off the chart after I catch up on chat, and I'll let you guys tell me which one to go try and fix. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat here. Nick Carter, can you check if any of your city planners desks offer the choice to force upgrade the city level? I don't think I have that option on. So the only way you would get that on is if you have, let me bring up the holotape. You would have to have a specific setting turned on for that. Or are you saying you don't have that setting on and you're seeing it and that's what's concerning? But if you go under gameplay, and then I think we have a upgrade section here. Upgrade. Auto upgrade city plans should be on, and then the force won't appear. The exception would be if you were at the build limit, then it might show up. Like if you're at the build limit and you have acknowledged build limits on, then maybe that option will show up. Where's the city plan? Probably back in this building. All right, let's see here. So yeah, no force city plan option coming out. Oh, this one doesn't have. I need to check a settlement that has a leveled city plan. Let's do that. I think Hangman's is one. But that's happiness is too low, so that wouldn't be eligible. What about County Crossing? That should be, yeah, that's 100% happiness. It is definitely a ROTC city plan, so it's got levels. Let's check this. Quester WI, wetness shader fix. That's what I was talking about earlier. So try, if you're finding that HQ characters look too shiny, grab the mod wetness shader fix, and that should make it look less ridiculous. They'll still be a little bit wet, but at least they won't look like they're made of chrome. All right, where is my city plan desk? And let's check the options here.
You're to spy on me.
And what if I am? Yeah, I don't have any force update, but I also don't know where let's check in workshop mode to get the little city plan updates to go on the left there. I gotta give it a second. I'm sure there's a lot of code running for me arriving, so it's needing a minute for the HUD. It also could be that my timescale thing is preventing the HUD manager from working correctly too. I said, not recommended to play in low time scale for real. I just like it as a trick to tell the timers to just chill. And also because I like to keep the weather at bay. There we go. Okay, so we're only at 52% of the population. So yeah, the only way I can think that would show up is if you have the option to auto upgrade off, or if you are at the build limit. And so you could try just increasing it, and it might be that the city plan is just waiting for you to have build limit, and that's why force upgrade is there as an option. Let's see here. Maybe Algernon would start a friendly faction Nuka World to kick out the raiders. Yeah, doing stuff with the DLC would be really cool because they've got some really fun stuff to work with. But so far we've opted not to because, well, first of all, there's plenty of stuff in the vanilla game for us to tinker with. And like once upon a time, my argument was like, oh, well, not everybody owns the DLC. You know, if you're still playing Fallout 4, what, 7 years later, you have the deal. I bet there's very few people here, or period, playing Fallout 4 today who don't have the DLC. My bet would be a near 0%. So that's no longer a reason, but there are technical reasons. Making quest mods with either Far Harbor or Nuka World parented to your mod becomes really difficult. Now I know we could probably get away with one, but it's kind of like at this point we're just like we've worked this long without it. Like, let's not go down. There's enough other stuff for us to work on. We don't need to add that potential headache. Because I think the biggest issue that some of the big mod teams found who are working on their own world spaces is there's like there's a form limit, like a maximum number of things you can have in your plugin, and like when you or you can have loaded in the CK at once. And so having multiple world spaces, like so Commonwealth plus Far Harbor plus Nuka Worlds plus their own custom world space, I think it just overloads some number internal at the engine level. Since we don't have our own world space, like it probably wouldn't impact us in that regard. But I don't know what happens if you load Commonwealth, Nuka World, Far Harbor, all parented to the same mod doing world edits. Might be enough to push it over the limit. So we just don't go there. Oscar Fry, I'm honestly glad you used the gunners. I hated how Bethesda added the gunner, just made them green armored raiders like they were meant to be PMC. So why can't I talk and trade with them? Yeah, the talking and trading is the part where like we did not add that. It would have been cool to do, and maybe we will one day, of like just having, you know, like some. They don't even need to be super fleshed out, but, you know, having some base where there's like a few named characters. Like I said, I like the idea of like Algernon setting up a base and having, you know, just like almost like it wouldn't be anything fleshed out like the Pridwin where you can get a bunch of radiance and stuff. But, you know, if just like one guy had a little quest for you and there was a vendor there, and just so it feels like a real little sub faction, that would be nice. It would really just take it to the next level. If I can find it, I'll scan my Excel spreadsheet course book into my PC and save it to Dropbox on your link. I don't have time to go through spreadsheet training. I got enough other stuff that I'd be better served to learn right now. But I appreciate the offer. Oh, Rabo, thank you for being on the bots. I see there's so many. Holy cow. Let's see. If you have Xbox Game Pass, as I suggest, Grounded. It's fun solo and with others. I have been doing a lot more other, like random other gaming. I go through streaks of suffering from, I don't call it insomnia because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to reduce the, or I don't want to use that word flippantly because people who actually have insomnia suffer for real. But I will go through, like this week I've gotten about 6 hours of sleep total in the last 4 days. And so when I go through those bouts where I just like wake up after trying to sleep for 2 hours, or like I gave up after trying to sleep after 2 hours, I go play it. I've been playing games, and I got into 2 new games this week. And I'm thinking about uninstalling them because I can sense the addiction coming. Is Slay the Spire. I don't know how I never played that game. It's incredible. It's got 2 of my favorite things going on for it. Roguelite plus TCG. Well, I mean, it's not TCG. I guess it's kind of TCG. Like it's, you know, it's a card game. It's not tradable, but it's a card game. Roguelite. Love it. And then that got me thinking like, man, I miss strategy card games. So I finally installed MTG Arena, which I've said many times. I think I've said it to people on stream that I've avoided it because I used to have a rampant Magic addiction to the point where I used to do like the Star City Games opens and I don't remember what they used to call the official Wizards ones. Was it Grand Prix? Yeah, I think it was Grand Prix. I used to go all over with friends, and we'd jump around the country going to those. It's very expensive and time consuming, and I don't have time for it. So I've been like limiting myself on Arita to just playing like whatever free cards I can get and just playing in their alchemy mode. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, something like Grounded. I had thought about that the other day. Like that might be my a way to limit myself a little bit would be to only play online multiplayer, and only if I can find someone online to play with, like never play by myself, because that was one of my downfalls when World of Warcraft, and why I cut myself from that is I would play that game just as happily by myself as with when my guildmates were on, and so then it was just like a never-ending spiral. So I have to watch myself. I have addictive tendencies. If you guys haven't noticed that I've been modding working on the same mod for 5+ years. I get hooked on something and I go hard on it. So I have to be careful with video games. Which is why I tend to like single player, because they have an end point where I just am like, like Skyrim. Like when I finish my character, I'm gonna be able to put it away and not think about it for a couple years. Let's see. Yeah, it would sit for 15 minutes and never complete the save. Wow, the fixes are counterintuitive. I have buff out. Wonder what's going on. We'll try your suggestion. Yeah, the buff out. I don't think buff out must not have included it. I remember Nukem said he would talk to Ryan and send him the code, but maybe Ryan decided that he didn't like the code or something, or he had too many other things. Like, I mean, I'm sure Ryan's probably in the same boat I am, of like 1 million things he could be working on and trying to choose which one. But I think Nukem's got a good enough reputation where you'd just be like, oh, cool, thanks for the code, I'll just plop it in. But I don't know. I don't know how Ryan's mind works. Do we need to repost the long save file on the forums? I mean, maybe it's worth it. There have been a few people during every one of my streams the past couple of weeks have been saying like, hey, I think the long save bug is back. I haven't experienced it yet. So, I mean, I had like a micro one last patch, but it was like 30 seconds, which is not concerning. It's those 10-minute ones where I'm like, uh-oh. But I haven't had any of those personally, so. Well, and go eat food. Get a snack. ASMR eating stream. Yeah, do you guys, what are the ones that people do? The mukbang? You need to be doing ASMR mukbang? Blech. Although I had another, so talking about watching random crap on YouTube. I found a few months ago, and I still keep watching him, is the channel Beard Meats Food. I can't get enough of watching that guy wolf down these gigantic meals. I think it's like a little bit of envy of like, man, I wish I could just eat that much food. And not that I actually want to. It just like, it seems exciting to be able to just be a small person. Like, I'm not a small person. I'm like I'm like 6'1", and pretty broad-shouldered. So like I'm not a small guy, so it wouldn't be as surprising. But like it's really fun to watch him, who's a pretty small guy, a small British guy, just wolf down these gigantic meals that I don't think I would have a shot in hell at eating. So it's I don't know. There's something watching him. I think I live vicariously through the guy. We need crunches in the microphone. Get that noshing down. I wonder if I think I got some almonds or something I could go grab. All right, let me catch up on chat, and then maybe I will do that, because that'll buy me an extra half hour of energy too. If you have UOF4P installed and try to install buff out, it says it is no longer needed as it is in the patch. I'm not sure what you mean. Are you UOF4P? That's the unofficial patch. So buff out says you don't need the unofficial patch. I'm not following what you're saying. Maybe I'm missing something. Charles Hunter, could plots upgrading explain the differences? It would, except that I've been making sure that plots can't upgrade. So I have the timescale set to almost nothing, so that none of the timers will trigger on the plot. So there is no upgrading happening, and I've not been fast traveling. I've been player.move to, so I avoid triggering time passing that way. So there are no plots upgrading right now. That's why the differences to me mean that there is some amount of data being unloaded. Some items are not being saved in memory, and so the resource calculations are wrong. This is part of what E was trying to solve with this persistence system, is that the data is so, it relies on, like, there's a thing that there was some, I don't remember if it was articles or podcasts I listened to talking about some of the problems with Fallout 76. So there's this concept they use internally at Bethesda with their games. They call it Atlas, and that's which is based on the mythological figure that holds Earth on his shoulders. And in their explanation of it is like the player is Atlas in the creation engine. So only the world around them is loaded. Everything else is unloaded. So the problem with that is with settlements is that most of the time your settlements are unloaded. So then when you query them for information, it's going to be inaccurate. Now they tried to solve that by, I talked about earlier, the amalgamation of all the data and saving it on the workshop, and they just persist the workshops. But that, because we're constantly updating items in the background, like power changes, with assignments can change things, like all of that can cause the numbers to change on individual items remotely, and then the workshop is not capable of amalgamating again remotely. So like we're trying to solve for that. But like the only thing that makes sense to me, if the numbers aren't matching up, since we're just querying the workshops, we're not querying the individual items. That's the other thing that's interesting to me. When we run that Empire Resources dump, I'm not testing every item. I'm just testing the workshop. So the workshop is being remotely updated incorrectly. So if it's going to update, it needs to have every item in memory that affects it loaded to do it correctly. And so that's, again, the goal of persistence management. So my hypothesis right now is some of our SS2 items, like I talked about earlier, the needs thing we had with the needs for food were being turned off when the power plot wasn't powered. Some of those types of items, these invisible items we have that hold resource values, I think maybe they're not being persisted. So I think this is solvable. Maybe even something I can do tomorrow to get out for the final public beta. Damn your ASMR, now I need KG lo-fi beats to code to. I am not a musician. So you have to get BYO lo-fi. Chameleon, unrelated bug, but when in Power Armor, Pip-Boy won't close. Player to move to, player to get unstuck. Started happening when Jake first contacted you. That should be resolved. Chameleon, that should be resolved in in the patch. Like if you're not using the public beta, you could go confirm. But we now do it in first person so that you don't get stuck in these weird states. Because I know in Power Armor was one of the problems with the way we did the radio originally. Discmaster, when building PRPs caches almost 2 million records, that's all the world spaces. I believe CK has a limitation of where it doesn't handle more than 3 masters well, though. Okay, could be something like that. I think we're up to 4 masters on Chapter 2, and it's definitely slow. Like the CK loads so slow when we have to do anything with Chapter 2. So like now I just leave a copy of the CK running at all times with Chapter 2 loaded because I just don't want to wait for it. 6 hours sleep total this week. That sounds like clinically defined insomnia to me. Well, it's definitely come and go. But it always ties to stress. Like I have a really stressful work situation right now, so like I know, like that's why I don't think it's insomnia. It always is. Like I can always pinpoint like what in my life is preventing me from sleeping. So like I have a pretty serious work problem. That's nothing of concern for you guys. It's like it's just something I have to deal with that's really stressful. And so like I know that's what's causing me to not sleep. Which ironically, if I would just sleep, it would make it easier to battle the problem. But yeah, such is life. Grab Farthest Frontier and At the Moment demo for Manor Lord. What is Manor Lords? And are those Farthest Frontier? Are these? I assume these are Steam games I should look up. Farthest Frontier. What is that? Farthest Frontier on Steam. Oh, it has Settlers in the name. Oh, you know what? Every once in a while I watch these videos showing like all the upcoming strategy games. I think I saw this. Like this visual style looks very familiar to me. Let's see. What was that other one you said? Where did my chat go? I just lost it. And then the second one was... And At the Moment, the demo for Manor Lords. What is Manor Lords? Manor Lords. This one. This does not look familiar. Manor Lords on Steam. Medieval strategy game featuring in-depth city building, large-scale tactical battles, and complex... Oh, okay. So it's medieval sim settlements. or medieval sim settlements after we get to chapter 3, and we have our tactical battles available. Oh, this has got. Is this a mod for Bannerlord? This looks a lot like Bannerlord. No, it looks like it's its own game. Interesting. Probably super influenced by it. Nezzy, oh my god, Slay the Spire. Years of my life sunk into that game. I also love the soundtrack. What's your favorite character to play? I was way into... I'm sorry, I'm still relatively new to the game, so I don't know the names of the characters. The one where you do you jump back and forth between the meditation and the aggro one. I don't remember the names of the characters, and I don't remember the names of the cards yet. That one I really liked, and then later, and then when I found out about the thing where you could, like the real ending where you get the keys and stuff, then I fell in love with the robot. Again, don't know the names or anything. Like, so those two, I hear there's a mod for Slay the Spire that adds some new character classes that are pretty legit. I've been thinking about checking that out because like I loved the game, but I like kind of feel like I get it already. Like I don't feel I feel like even just playing through it. I don't know. I played it maybe 20 times, and I feel like now I get it. I see all the archetypes of decks you can play. I know all the characters, and so like now I just play the one that I know has the least RNG and getting a decent deck. So it kind of got repetitive for me pretty quick. So like I loved the game in theory, but I'm actually looking forward to a sequel because I imagine that they will, they'll have learned enough where they can make it take longer for you to find the patterns in the game. I feel like the base game is a little too easy to suss out the patterns. And part of that is probably because I have a strong TCG background, so I see the archetypes really quickly, and then it got boring. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's more to that game that I don't know about. Face reveal mukbang. You're gonna see me shove all that in there. Oscar, so you just answered my gunner question. Here's an idea for you. After take GNN, Algernon turns the roof of GNN into a pro ASM gunner base. Well, the roof of GNN now is owned by you guys, by the player. You get to do what you want with it. Nick Carter, is it normal for HQ's engineering tinker send engineers to upgrade city plan level to not have the option for Boston Airport? I mean, I think it depends on the city plan you're using. So, so I can't answer. It could also be that maybe because Boston Airport's a weird settlement, like it doesn't by default have all the keywords. Maybe it gets excluded in our checks. So maybe it's something like that. But I know it would have to be, you have to go check your city plan and make sure it has levels. So like if you're using the simple, the basics, the ones with basics in the name from SS2, those don't have levels. So then that wouldn't become an option. But, all right, guys, I'm going to go grab my bag of almonds real quick, and then I'll be right back. And then we're going to do I'm going to grab a few bugs off of the list and create a poll, and you guys can tell me which one we're going to attack next. Here comes your mukbang. Crunch, 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 crunch. Little Cola's real life inspiration is very interested in the stream all of a sudden. I don't think you're going to like these. These are habanero. These almonds are amazing. Blue Diamond habanero barbecue. These things are insane. Yeah, Doggo wants food. Really bad. Okay, I'm just gonna eat a couple bites and then I'll stop. I don't really want to nosh in the microphone for you guys, but I'm so hungry. Okay, let's bring up the... Nope, that's not what we want. We want... Here we go. Let's bring up our issues. Let's look at a few of these. Find some that are interesting. Not the ones I just put in. And we don't want something too simple, like this missing 3D map. Like that, I think I have that file. I just have to process it. Melee mission's already done. That's not very interesting. This is like an enhancement. That's a small thing. That's too small. That's too small. I want something like medium size, not too big. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of the Cobus ones are like, let's smooth out things, which are going to be fun to do later, but subtitle too small. Okay. This one might be worth fixing. The Shandy following. I'm going to just click a few of them to put them on the potential list here. White Wonders unvoiced default line. That one might be. We have to delete the line, so I'm not looking forward to that. Can't return to Cindy Becker if you changed your mind. That one might be worth fixing. Because I'm sure some of you guys did so, and then you lose out on a little quest. Not that it's like a huge payoff, but it is kind of fun to have to be able to change what the character sings later. All right, we fixed. This one's actually fixed. Overproduction on categories. This we turned out. Oh, the habanero now is hitting the back of my throat. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is the resource bug. So, so she's saying it is still happening on 222V2. Let's see. Organics are overproducing filament virtual storage. Fills up pretty fast with more organics, more than virtual storage for. Okay. So I can look. This one is going to be one I got to look at the save, but yeah, that's not right. 67,000. Ooh, that's crazy. Okay, that'll be worth fixing if that's still a bug. I'll keep that one open. That one's actually probably high in the priority list. Basement. Oh, this is one we want to address. Let's fix the fires. Well, I'm going to put it on the list because that one, a lot of people are saying they're still having fire issues. Any of you guys have a save, knowing what we talked about earlier about an acceptable save for me to look at? Anybody have saves with perpetual burning fires? I would love to solve that bug. It's not too big a bug either. It's like that's the right size. I know approximately how much work that'll be to fix. So something we can do in the next 45 minutes basically is what I'm looking for. Jake flickering on basement level. What is this? Talking Brumman, Jake begins to flicker rapidly. Oh yeah, that's another good one we could fix. That is, and it's got a save. That's cool. So that is when Jake gets his pistol back, it causes this weird flickering. I think it could also happen when he loses it. That one I would love to fix, just because it's super unimmersive. Not particularly game breaking, but. Let's see, what is this? Remote management failed to run properly. Select stage 2 progress, drop photos. Can you please share the save to anyone with a link and post a link here? Oh yeah, so this is that thing I had been talking about where people are saying the quest isn't working, like the remote management, but I need a save file for that, so I can't do anything about that right now. Okay, here's one we could fix. That might be interesting to some folks. Dylan's camera. So right now, it only grabs certain outfit pieces. So, I mean, this will be an awkward one right now because we have all the outfit bugs, but Beebs will have those fixed by Friday. A lot of them can't be photographed because of the way the system works. It only checks certain armor slots. And I don't remember why my reasoning for doing it that was that way, but I wanted to test out, let it grab all the slots. Like, what's the worst that happens? Then all of a sudden, Dylan can create outfits that include other pieces. Like, he'll be able to create helmets and stuff like that. Well, that's not a big deal. So, like, that I could fix. I could make the outfit camera system more robust so it works on more NPCs. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna say the ones we're gonna potentially take a look at. This one I'm gonna look at no matter what off camera. This is gonna be another deep dive. So let's do here's our options to fix. I'm gonna start a poll. Let me bring up the thing. Let's create a poll. So we're gonna say what to fix. HQ fires. Flickering Jake. And add option or expand camera. All right, so you guys tell me what we're gonna work on next. Oscar, right, quick question. Would it be possible to change the icons of build material to the words so it's easier to see what build supplies I'm short on? I'm not sure. Oh, you're just having trouble mapping. I mean, I would just go check the wiki. We have enough. We got enough documentation on there with the icons, so you can see like a little legend. Like just bring that up on your. Should be small enough you can open it up on your phone. Just go to wiki.simsettlements2.com. Oh, I can post links. So go there. You should be able to find a chart with all of the icons deciphered. All right, let's look at our poll results. Looks like HQ Fire's holding steady at about 60%. Okay, HQ Fires it is. So the next question is, do we have a save for that? Let me see. So we've got this one from Yagi, but this is an old basement one that I don't know if, because I believe I have this fixed. So, oh, and you know what? I just realized this virtual resource one, this is 222. I was thinking 223. So I do believe this is fixed now, because I think I actually fixed it for 223, not 222. So this one I actually think is fixed. So I'm actually going to mark that as such, and then that'll trigger, hopefully, so sorry to take another peek. Believe this is fixed in 2.23 betas. Comment. Okay, I'll close that one. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the fires. Let's check. We'll start with looking at, we'll go to this thread and see if anybody put a save on there. Survive through the current cycle. Okay, so I don't have any saves, so we're going to have to try and emulate it. So let me see if I have a... how can I trigger that? This is going to be tough. All right, we need... All right, let me go to... So Flickering Jake is number 2. So if any of you guys has a save with the fires going, I'll say even a modded save. If you have a save right now, just because I want to check. If any of you guys has a save with a fire that won't go away, put it up on Google Drive and share it out publicly. So you just like right click the file, hit share, and then there's a thing at the bottom will say restricted, and you can change it to like anyone with a link. And then send that to me through the Sim Settlements forums, and then ping me on here and tell me you just sent it to me, and I'll go grab it. But for now, because I don't have a save to research, and I'm not actually sure how I could force trigger it, let's try and work on the Flickering Jake issue. So he got a save here. So we're going to exit out of the game. We're going to grab this guy. Okay. Now let's go back into our saves, which is above this directory. Okay, HQ attack Jake Flickering. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's first do a load and see if it is happening on this save or if I need to find another source of it. Because I've experienced this myself. I know it's an issue. It's not consistent, but I think I know what causes it, so I think I'll be able to trigger it really easily. So one of the things, so Jake's outfit was made by Nero, and I remember we were talking about the holster that had on the outfit, and I was like, oh, it'd be really cool if we could get him to put his pistol in the holster, and we like kept discussing back and forth like different ideas we can do, and then we came up with this like combination, you know, using some fake meshes and a script that would work that would run pretty fast, and yeah, it's got a lot of mods, but we'll see what happens. So we came up with a solution for it that works, and if you watch Jake when he's going into combat, you'll like see his hand kind of moves close to his holster, and it comes out. Like it's not a smooth animation at all, but it like as his hand goes by, it goes so fast, it kind of looks realistic. Oh yeah, see there he's flickering. And the way we do it, and the reason it flickers is because the code is so quick, but it's basically like the holster flickers between a model with a fake version of his pistol and one without. So the question is, oh, look at it go. So what he's doing is he's trying to equip. That's why it's happening. He's rapidly equipping between the musket and his pistol. That is not what I'd have expected to be the bug. That's really cool. I like that this paused like this is awesome. All right, let's do open actor container 1. And this should let us take stuff from his inventory. So if we take away his... Oh, we want him to keep that. Let's take away his musket. And then see if that stabilizes things.
Are you trying to impress someone? Come on.
Oh, wait a second. He got a new one. Where did that come from? Focus laser musket. Oh, maybe he had 2 and I just grabbed the wrong one. Take that.
Some of that.
Nope, he got a new one. Wait. Okay, he's still flickering. So it's not just the equipping of the gun. Oh, he keeps getting new laser muskets. Right? Am I crazy? Let's see. Now he's got, or just maybe he had a whole bunch for some reason. We must have, maybe we have a bug in our script that makes him have a whole bunch of these. So let's take away this. Okay, now he's got that. And now I can't run. Okay. There we go. Okay, so somehow he ended up with 3 copies. So that I'm gonna put that on a bug list too. Because that's not normal. Like he's supposed to grab one at one point in quest, and I bet there's like there's some sort of, what could that be? Maybe like a quest stage is getting triggered multiple times. So Jake has 3+ laser muskets during MQ22. Why? And then we'll upload combat. Oh, we'll just reference this save file. Where is it? So C issue, C save attached to. There we go. Okay, that'll be investigate later. Okay, so since we removed them all and it didn't stop, that's not the issue. So now we're gonna do. There is we have a special quest just for handling outfit swaps because we need it. So like sometimes when we want stuff to be super performant like that, we want the switch between the version with and without the pistol being holstered to swap really fast. Like we need to have it on its own thread, and so sometimes we have like dumb little quests. Oh, he got it again. Look at that. Where is he getting this? Where is he getting the where is he getting these muskets? And he's got a Gatling laser again? Okay, we need to do something else. So we're going to do show quest variable, SS2, C2, Surik, MQ22. I think there's some sort of timer or something running, and it just keeps testing if he has the right weapon. So some sort of weird outfit switch bug, maybe? Oh, we might have so much. Yeah, we have so much stuff in this stuff. I can't even see the names of the timers. Ugh. Okay, so we're gonna have to load up MQ22 because that is what's running right now. Yeah, because I can see running. Yes, let's see. Going down here. Yeah, MQ22 is running. So let's bring up the script for that, and we'll bring up the quest too. Now, here's a question: has anyone ever seen Jake doing this flicker outside of this quest? Like, does it continue to happen after this? Does it happen before this, after this? Is there anywhere else you guys have seen this happen? Because then maybe I shouldn't be looking at this quest. But all right, let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna look for laser in our code. This is not my code originally. This is actually by Sagittarius, who does a lot of our quest implementation. Most of it now, to be honest. All right, so let's look at where he gets back his pistol. So we add back item, drop Gatling laser. So he's supposed to drop it on the ground, and then he's picking it back up for some reason. So let's see. Combat rifle. No, we don't do anything with that. Where is he getting all of these stupid muskets? I don't see laser musket anywhere here. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna check laser musket, and we're gonna look where it's being used. So this feature is part of the CK. It's something that I want in all of my software now. Like I love this feature so much, but I've not seen it in very many pieces of software. and it's really helpful, is you can right click on something and see all the places it's being used. This is like so simple. I'm like, why isn't every piece of software I've ever, like especially like, I would love this in like Adobe products. Like let me right click a thing on like a layer or something and tell me, or like an asset, especially in like Flash or Premiere, and tell me all the places it's used. Like that would be so helpful. So let's see here. It's using an MQ17. Yeah, it's not used in many places at all. MQ17 is the only place I'm seeing it. Emily Marcus, but that's not going to have anything to do with this. None of those are. So it's got to be MQ7. Is MQ17 still running and causing some funkiness? Let's check. So while we're in here, we'll just copy paste this. Let's see. Did somehow this quest get stuck running? No, it stopped. Okay, so then the next space that this might be, could it be an AI package issue? Let's check. Jake. Oh, here. Okay, so I showed you guys a utility function I wrote earlier. I have another one. KGutil trace package. Let's see what package he's even using, because that'll narrow this down quite a bit. All right, so this is going to go to a log file that I have over here. Currently, he is using package 32304. So these are the AI packages. Default sandbox current location weapon out. Is it using a particular weapon? No. So it's not his AI package. Let's check the begin and change. No. So there's nothing in the AI package causing him to equip his weapon. What in the heck is going on here? Especially with the crazy, like the spawning of the muskets is really weird. And like the equip makes sense, I guess, because like the NPCs automatically try and equip like the highest damage weapon they have, but I don't like, where is he getting the Gatling laser over and over again and the laser musket? There's like something the own little Berman dead down there. Let's see here. Let's check outfit manager. Let's check that. Maybe that's the culprit. It does not appear to be this quest. I don't see it referencing the laser musket anywhere. Outfit manager, and this is and so here's one thing. I try to keep all the controller quests in the SS2, not in chapter 2, so I'm gonna go to my other copy CK album which has this, so if I accidentally make an edit, I make it to the correct plugin. Let's see, Bayo, if I've had it at different stage, like starting in some mission when you start talking to him, it's possible he can't decide which is more powerful. Yeah, that's my thought of why he'd be rapid fire switching, but then now I got to figure out why he keeps getting more copies of it. So maybe it's in this outfit manager script. Maybe we have something like try and equip previous weapon or something funky like that. It could also be, I think there's a holster script on Jake. Let's see here. Maybe it's something with that. Okay, set up holster, drops the object, unequip, add item holster. Okay, no, that only has to do with that. So that's not the holster script. It's got to be maybe outfit manager. I can't say it's got to be. It's probably outfit manager. Let's check. Laser L44 form. Okay. If get item count, laser 44 is less than 0. User didn't have the gun at all. Switch to disabled. So basically what this code is doing, it's saying if he's not holding his laser pistol, then attach this, take his holster and equip a mod to it that does not have the laser pistol. Then if he has the gun, we check if he has it drawn, in which case we still want to show this version that doesn't have it. If he doesn't have it drawn, but he does have the weapons inventory, we want to attach the mod that shows his pistol, or if he's got some other weapon drawn that is not the pistol we want to show. Okay, so that logic all checks out, and I don't see anything here adding items. There's the photo code, which is what I was talking about, where we could do some tinkering to because this is also handled by this for the camera system. So yeah, I don't see anything in here adding equipment. And it would only be, the only thing it's doing is attaching mods to inventory items. So I guess we can do show quest variable SS2 outfit manager. Recently unequipped actors. Found equipped items for photos. Yeah, the only hot swaps are Jake's holster. There's no other things messing with that, so it's not that. There is some funky script going on here somewhere that keeps wanting to attach to give him laser muskets. All right, maybe I can do it from here. Laser weapon, laser musket, use info. Did we miss something here in this list? Let me check the script on this. Maybe there's something causing MQ-17's script to keep running, even if the quest isn't, because I don't think that that's how that works, but maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's something going on under the hood I'm not aware of. So let's look at equip item. Nope, that's not even being called here. Very interesting. Maybe he just adds the item and just counts on it. Add item laser rifle. Oh yeah, he just counts on the fact that the AI will just decide to equip it. Okay, that makes sense. Does not make sense why he's getting given a Gatling laser over and over again. Oh, wait, is it... So we actually have a couple of quests that are involved in the battle because it's so complicated. What if one of the... Maybe it's this one. It's causing some issues. Let's see. Battle Manager. So this is in charge of like the spotlights and the vertibird and stuff like that. The turrets. I don't think it's doing anything with Jake. Turn on spotlights. Yeah, none of that is relevant. This is the only thing I can think it would be. Okay, so then our next... So if we assume that it might be this, then I guess what we do is we edit the script and add some debug logging. So let's check this guy. So this is the only spot I can think of where we're adding a laser rifle. Let's load up MQ-22 as well. Oh, I already got it open. It's right here. Boop. Okay. So let's do add item. So we're giving him a Gatling laser right here and set up war room. Okay, set up war room being called over and over again. I don't think so. Do we have repeat stages set up for MQ-22 to where that could even be a possibility? Run once, not allow repeated stages. Okay, cool. So it shouldn't be that. Okay, so I'm trying to think of what we... So we could do some logging here as a potential. So we'll do anywhere we add an item. We'll go mod trace custom. Actually, do I have an import here? So a lot of these functions we custom wrote, but we got to import them. Good, we did. Mod trace custom. We'll go get log name. And then we're going to make these very obvious. Jake given laser rifle. Because it looks like it happens again here, which is interesting. Jake given laser rifle. Okay, so we've got two spots where he might be giving it there, so we'll compile that. MQ-17. And we'll check 22 here. So add item. Oop. Jake given. Where's the? And I guess the end of MQ16 he'd be given it. So Jake given Gatling laser. I guess I should specify where this is too. MQ22, Jake given Gatling laser. And in this one, it should be. Let's search for this over and over again. MQ17. There we go. All right, so we need to compile MQ17 and 22, and then we'll do 16 as well because that's the last one I can think of where he'd be given weapons. Yeah, MQ16. Oh wait, are we using two scripts? We got yours, Niher. And what about this one? Oh, I guess we just got a couple of scripts on it. And then we have the Niher, Jake, Gatling. Interesting. Where is this at? Oh, that's on the furnisher. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, we should check those scripts. Maybe. Although are we even using this thing though? Let's see, Jake. Are we actually using this? Yes, we are. Okay. So this is a potential suspect right here. You can do it, CK. Don't crash on me now. Okay, let's get in there and see what's going on here. Okay, on activate. Okay, well, it's only on activate. That can't be activated remotely, or it wouldn't be. It's not even loaded, so that's not going to be it. Not you. And scene script, start scene script. Okay, maybe one of the... No, these are topic infos. Those aren't going to be triggering again. So it should be this, or it could be whatever this one is. Okay, this is just disabling the player controls. This is just for some of the animation moments. So that's not it. Okay, so let's look for add item again. Okay, here's where he's given the rifle. So let's grab our little snippet here. And this is MQ16. All right, so let's check if maybe one of these scripts is still firing over and over again. Now, one of the problems with this is sometimes the game likes to cling to saves that or scripts that are in the middle of running on a save, and since he's like rapid fire re-equipping things, there's a chance that the save just will pretend that we didn't even install a new, or that we didn't even add these debug outputs. So I think the next step, if this doesn't work, is I'll try stopping or changing the code in the outfit manager, because that's the only thing I can think of that would be like causing the rapid flicker. All right, let's do that. So one of the things I do to eliminate bugs, and I would recommend any of you guys who are doing your own modding with code to do, is I have 2 copies of the CK installed, and I compile all my scripts in the directory I don't play in, and then I package them up into BA2 and copy that into the play directory. That way I never have loose scripts that are overwriting the ones that I'm expecting to be in the mod. It has eliminated a lot of errors in my pipeline. Okay, here we go. All right, so we don't anticipate the flickering changing, but now there should be just like boatloads of log file changes, especially after I steal his weapons is when we should see it. So we'll let it run for a second. We'll see if we get any log chatter, and then we'll go from there. Okay, let's watch Flicker Jake. There he goes. There goes the weapon cycle. Okay, so let's pop into our log files and see if we see anything useful. Alright, so we're just looking for that big arrow thing I created in there. I'm not seeing it. Excuse me. So let's try stealing his weapons. Actually, and is this the right time? Yeah, 12, 12, 46. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's open actor container. He looks so ridiculous. One. Alright. Give that to me. Take that. Take that. Okay. We have all of his weapons except for the laser revolver. So now we're going to say unequip and re-equip. And then exit.
I'm surprised you can even walk with all that.
Okay, let's give it a second. See if he magically finds a new one in a moment. I also want to add, like, so first I want to solve this, like, where's he getting these magical muskets from? And then solving the flickering, what do you call it? Like his belt, that's a separate issue. Yep, look, he's got the Gatling laser again. And a musket again. What is going on? Yeah, I'm not seeing this. Not in the log file anywhere. All right, let's check. There's a lot going on here with startup code too. It could be I need to give it a second. Let's check the default papyrus log for errors, which I'm sure there will be a lot because I'm running without this person's full load order. That's also the other thing, is that the save is suspect anyway because it's got that. So I might give up on this save and just be like, the laser musket thing is his save issue. Okay, what is this? Outfit manager, 128 max. Can I expect to add one more items? Interesting. Line 80. What is happening there? Recently unequipped actors. Oh, because he's just going back and forth on equipping and he's like overflowing the thing. Interesting. Okay. So he can't decide what item to equip. But it's weird. You don't see vanilla NPCs ever do that, right? You don't see them. Okay, so I think what we need to do is... Oh, this is already in there. I was going to say you need to make sure that it's not... The person's not already in there, but it already is doing that check. And yet it's still overflowing the array. Why? This is to outfit manager. Is it the same entry over and over again? Yeah. 20F21, 20F21. What is wrong with this code? Why is this... Oh, less than an equal. Got a bug right there. Less than 0. Add them. So that's probably the flickering cause. Right there. That little bug. That little equal sign. So basically what that was saying is check the recently unequipped actors for whoever just sent this event. And what less than 0 means that it failed to find them. Less than or equal to 0 means it didn't find them or they were the first entry. And he is the first entry, so it was returning true, which means this F statement resolves, and it just keeps adding him over and over again. Then when the timer triggers, it basically was actor as hot swappable equipment. How is this working? Where is the trigger for that? Recently, where else is recently unequipped actors working? Oh, it's been used in a bunch of stuff. Register new wearer. I don't actually know where that's being used, though. On item unequipped. Start timer test if we should unregister them. No, so I don't think that is the cause of the bug. That's just like some data cleanup. These aren't actually used for anything other to unregister. Unregister. What does unregister where do? Okay, so this is basically like, okay, if the person no longer has the holster, then we don't need to monitor them anymore. So yeah, that's not it. Like, that's a dumb bug, and I fixed it, but it's not the cause of the flickering. Okay, we need to add some trace out to this now, because the mystery of the where the heck is Jake getting the guns unsolved. Not sure where that's happening. So we'll ignore that for now, and we'll trace this out and see what's going on. The old mod swap will trigger this event again, so we need to temporarily unregister for the event. Handle hot swaps. Okay. Okay, well, we already had some logs, so we just turn them back on. Handle logs. All right, we're going to change this a little bit. We're going to do this as last event. Okay. All right, and I think I also want to know where is handle hot swaps being called from. So on animation event, AK source as event name, calling handle hot swaps. And here, on item equipped, AK sender, AK base object, AK reference, calling handle hot swaps. Okay, let's see if that will reveal anything useful. This is how we approach completely mysterious bugs. It's just start putting in logs, because then you get an idea of like where you can edit the code. Like, you first need to figure out like what exactly is triggering something weird to happen. So this is how we confirm it. Well, at least it'll give me something to do if insomnia strikes again tonight. I'll just work all night until Jake stops flickering. Yeah, CBR. That's what. Anytime somebody watches me code, I always get the commentary on like how ineffective my air quotes IDE is. Like, I don't use a lot of tools. I just like text. Like, I've gotten just used to it, and I don't want anything messing with it. So like when I've tried to use like VS Code, and I've tried installing plugins for Notepad++, and I always just roll them back. I'm like, no, I was happy how I was. I have a method to my madness. I'm an old dog who doesn't want any new tricks. All right, Jake. Let's get some debug logs, please. I might have a save that's kind of close to this. I'm trying to think of what else I could do to trigger this. I guess I could try to just load up like a earlier game save and just try giving Jake a laser musket and see what happens. See if he starts rapid fire flickering between everything. Okay, there goes his flicker. So now let's check. We don't care about Pyrus log anymore. Yeah, that's fine. Close you. We want... No, we don't want this anymore. We need the SS2 log. User SS2. Yes. Okay, so there should be something about hot swap. All right. Oh, we're getting logs. That's good. Okay, let's see what's going on. Handle hot swaps. Being called by on animation event over and over again. By animation event weapon draw. So why is he drawing his weapon over and over and over again? Weapon draw, weapon draw, weapon draw. Always the animation event, weapon draw. Okay, so we're getting this, so that's good. So now I need to dig a level deeper. We need to see what exactly is handle hot swaps doing. And like, so it's almost like it's creating some sort of infinite loop. So let's go to hand, because I can see there's mention of that. Like it's, you've got to, this will trigger the event again. So I need to like be aware of that. Oh, I wonder if it's something like, so if it's something like the animation, we're not prepared for that with the animation event. Let me see, handle hot swaps. Okay, mod trace custom actor as last event. Temporarily unregister. Maybe we need to unregister for the animation event here too. Maybe that's the issue. Let's try that. Unregister for animation event. Okay, actor on animation event. Is that it? No, that's not it. I think it's just register for animation event. It's a different function. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so we're gonna unregister for all of these. All right, so we'll unregister for weapon draw, since that seems to be the one that's triggering it all. Because I don't want to overcorrect here and cause something else to break. So, so let's just do that. We'll unregister for weapon draw, and are we re-registering for on item equipped here at the end? Yes, and then we can re-register for that after it's done. Okay, last weapon. User has a weapon in hand. Has laser 44 equipped keyword. Attach one to interest. Okay. I don't know if this is gonna work or not, but we made this is a good spot. Like we made a single change. So like, you know, sometimes temptation is like, oh, let's make a bunch of changes and just trying to brute force it, but that is anti-science. So made one change. Let's try it. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got our chat 69 back. Is anybody? If anyone needs a good adult dating site. Here we go. All right. This is going to be, this is one of those bugs that I probably would have left in the mod for another 2 years. So this is kind of fun to fix. So I know HQ fires would have been the more practical one to fix, but I need a save file to address that, because that one I don't know how to simulate. Because I actually should go check in my save in the other floors and see if there's any fires. I know I was in the other floors last stream and I didn't see any fires laying around. Okay, where's Jake? No, he's still flickering. A little slower though. There was a gap in it. So it like stopped for a second, stopped flickering. So there's like brief moments where he's like, okay, I'll stop flickering. Oh, see, settle down for a second, and then picks back up again. Oh, it tried to stabilize. Okay, let's look at the log file again. I don't anticipate anything different. It's almost like it really feels like there's two scripts like telling him to equip back and forth between those two weapons. So I mean like my next step, I think I need to eliminate the variables of this funky save file, because this save file has so many mods I removed that I'm not sure I can trust this as representing what's actually going on. So I think what we're going to do is exit the game. And then I'm going to just load to some arbitrary save I know where Jake is hanging out. And then we're going to try giving him a laser musket and see what happens. What is my opinion on the Horizon mod? I haven't played it, so I can't comment on it. I know a lot of people love it. But I'm also told that it and some settlements don't necessarily play nice together because it tries to do totally different things than we're doing with difficulty levels and stuff, and it involves settlements, so it's kind of hard to play the two together. That's the only thing I've heard about Horizon for sure. I've had conversations with the creator several times, and I'm gonna just do a clean save, and we'll just get Jake to spawn, and then we can go from there because he'll have his musket right away. But yeah, I haven't delved into the mod much, and some of the features sounded pretty cool, like and he's got some impressive UI stuff, so it seems like it's a well thought out mod. I know it's definitely gonna get even worse as far as the like choosing between some settlements and Horizon, because I know he has a big thing planned for his next update. Maybe he already released it, where he's gonna be doing something with Concord. So like then you're gonna have us and him trying to do something with Concord. I think he's turning it into a settlement or something. I'm not really sure. I just know he had some big plans for Concord, and now that's gonna be another big point of conflict. So I think it's kind of one of those you choose between doing an SS2 playthrough or a Horizon playthrough. All right, let's go to God mode here. I actually can't. I don't want to rush into starting this. So one of the things that when I'm loading my clean save here, I got to do is make sure the SS2 stuff is all finished starting. So I look at these workshop framework logs, if I can find it. Let's see, workshop framework. So there's a workshop framework 0 log. When I'm running a clean save like this, I go check and make sure that the sim settlement stuff is started in the it'll be handle game or trigger game loaded, I think. This is what it is. Yeah, trigger game loaded. So I check all these, and I can see that Workshop Plus and Workshop Framework have started, but SS2 has not. So I'm gonna wait to do the beacon until that. This is only if you're doing like I'm doing, where you have a save with the beginning of the game finished that didn't have SS2. Like, this is something you might need to do too. If you're trying to test stuff in SS2, is like you gotta wait to make sure SS2 is actually fully started. And the easiest way to check that is with workshop framework.0 log. So it ends up with all these entries that tell you all the different quests that are starting up that are based on it. So yeah, here we go. So we can handling startup of quest. So we're getting all of those for there were some for SS2. And I can also just do a show quest variable SS2 Surik MQ01. It is running. Okay, we should be good now. All right, let's do a generator and a recruitment beacon. Oop. And Jake should appear here in a moment.
Hey, hello there. If I'm not mistaken, you're the fella I've been looking for.
You hear my broadcast?
You're sharp. Sounded as if you...
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Oh, thank you.
We need to make you flicker. Thank you.
Okay. Care to...
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get him to flicker. All right, we're gonna do a save right here. Ooh, some crazy lag. Save. Jake flicker test. And we're gonna do add item. What's the code for laser musket here? Get this stuff out of my way. Laser. Let's give him a musket, see what he does. Laser musket. 1D ACF. He's not flickering. Okay, so we need to give him like a super big gun. Let's try something. Okay, let's look at his laser pistol and see how much damage it is, because it's usually like DPS is all they use to choose. So it might be something like, because this is an early game character, that the leveled list for the laser pistol or the laser musket is probably based on my level, so it's probably giving him a super low level one. You buy him dinner before asking him to flicker. Let's see. So what's the DPS on this thing? So it's doing 48 damage. So is there maybe we give him a fat man. Let's see what he does with that. I can't imagine that anybody give a fat man an ammo does more damage. BD56F. Oh, I guess I need him to equip his weapon too. It did flicker there for a second. I saw it flicker. So, okay, how do I get him to go into combat? Oh, well, we just engage with these bloatflies over here. And we'll see if he decides to launch a mini nuke at him. Nope, still didn't equip it. Okay, so then I need to do open actor container. Alright. And we'll force it ourselves. See if this is enough to do it. Equip. Let's see what happens. And look, he flickered one time to holster his thing, and now he's being normal. So I don't know if we fixed it, because so what I would have to do to confirm if that fix was I have to roll back that change, do a test like this, or I get him to equip a different weapon and see if it happens there. So otherwise we're kind of at a let me think if I have let me see if I have a save in my own Let's Play where we had this issue. Let's go way back here. LP. This feels like one of those ones I would have, if I saw it, and I think I did, I would have made a save of it at the time it happened. Oh man, it's been a lot of weeks since we finished MQ22 though. Might have to dig in my archives. Alright, let's pop open my save file archives, because I have a lot of them. Let's see if I can find Let's Play saves. LP backups SS2. Oh, it looks like somewhere along the line I lost a lot of my saves. The earliest one I have is week 15. Maybe I just backed them all up together. Backup 422. Here they are. I just put them in the wrong folder. So LP day 1. All right, let's grab all these and move them. There we go. Saves. Okay, pre-gunner attack. Start of Vault MQ19. Pre-West, pre-plan choice, pre-battle. Okay, so I think I can get us to a quest before we did the before we got the battle going. We can see if we can get it to trigger on our own save. That'll be interesting. Okay, let's do. Go up here, save. So this is way back to week 17. All right, let's see what happens. We'll load that up. In the Wayback Machine. I actually don't even know. There it is. Pre-plan choice. Okay, let's try this. Oh, the Fat Man had no... It's so funny. All you guys talking about the Fat Man. That's like Fat Man must be filtered. I think you're all there. You think you're all harassing me? Okay, let's pick Jake's
plan.
Front door. Thanks for backing me on this.
Uh-huh.
That's your play.
Thank you. All right. We blow the mine.
Uh-huh.
Lupe hacks the...
You should look for the hub in the...
Can't think of anyone I'd rather have at my side.
Alright, and then, because we're just doing this
We'll
to
need to wait for
experiment.
that
Oh, I want to keep
fall
TGM
before
on.
we begin.
I don't need a challenging battle right now.
And good luck.
Well, let's go murder some gunners. Wait for the attack. Alright, so we're going to have to do... It's going to take a few minutes to get through all this, but it'd be nice if we can get a save with this happening. I've been saving up money to buy a PC strong enough to make use of your mods, but current rig can't run Fallout 4. Vanilla lowest settings. Oh, man, that's a bummer.
Don't worry about me. I'm all set.
Hey, Teresa's about to trigger the mannequins. And I think Aiden's on a ridge somewhere? I guess to...
Normally, I'd say it's a good time to buy a video card and get a system going for cheap, but I'm like afraid to buy all of the video cards that are available online now because they probably all were mined. They're used to mine like 24/7, so it's hard to know how much wear and tear they've got on them.
Let's do this. Hey, keep your eye on the plaza. You won't want to miss this.
Do you hear that? That's the mannequins. They're working.
Looks like the gunners took the bait.
Look, they're firing.
Here we go. Oh, what kind of weapons do I have here?
They did. They hit every decoy.
Cover your eye.
My sister can be a little...
All right.
Simon,
Let's move out.
not the right time.
Don't fall behind.
Need to condition that line a little better.
Hey there. Shandy hasn't been bothering
CPD needs some line conditioning. That's really funny. Whoa. There we go. This is way less stressful when you're in God mode. Alright, let's take all this down. Oh, sorry, dog meat. Alright, I guess we can take advantage of our infinite vats here. Let's see, we should probably take out the vertibird. Whoa, sorry dog meat. Thanks for holding her down. And my weapons feel so weak compared to my current state. Even though I haven't done that much with them, I think it's just that my character is more powerful. Oh, you guys are meat shields.
Keep going.
And we go.
There's the terminal. Just give me a second.
Okay, let's see. This is another bug. I don't know why this happens. Like, his Gatling rifle is invisible. It doesn't make any sense.
Bypassing security. And I've done it.
Condition black. Repeat. Condition black. This is a base-wide alert. All personnel are to follow proper evacuation procedure. Repeat. Condition black.
All right, this is it. You've done your
My
part,
invisible.
Lupe.
Don't
You
mind my
stay here,
invisible
keep your
gun.
head down.
Okay, remember, head to the old newsroom. I'll be keeping my fingers crossed.
Okay, in we go. Nope. I just want to take out the turrets. Target the turret, please. Thank you. One shot, okay. Oh, that looks really cool in VATS. Point blank. Anybody else? There it is. Okay.
Attention. This is Captain West. Hold your positions. Repeat. Hold your positions. Do not evacuate. The plaza is under attack. Repeat. Hostile forces have breached the plaza. All
Should
hands
take
no
off
good.
those chains.
We'll have to find another way.
Prepare to repel the attackers.
Okay, we'll save before we get down there. Alright, save pre-Berman. Those of you who haven't played through this yet, major spoilers about to happen. And we'll go to the basement.
Going down.
Oh, interesting. That happens to the player too, huh, Skyways?
And where are you two going? Maybe not as smart as you thought, huh? Next time you try sneaking in someplace, maybe don't sit up. I warned you.
I love this. The Berman's voice actor is so good.
Whoa, wait a second. Let's discuss this.
Are you
Sure.
or do you
You're making a big mistake here.
The hell are you yammering about?
You don't have to do this.
Oh yeah? And what do you suggest I do?
Get out of here and don't come back.
Nah. You know what? Screw this. You want to take off? Yeah. This
Hold on. I believe you've got
Okay,
something
here's where it
right.
should trigger.
My pistol. Hand it over.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Just shut up and get out of my way.
Okay, do we have Flicker
Despite
Jake?
everything he did.
Yep, there he goes.
Took that guy for a coward.
Oh, did it stop?
Guess you can never tell. All right, Slick. I'm
It
gonna
stopped.
Stay down here. Stop any gunners from following and sneaking up on you. You got the key card, so go ahead. Go find the comm hub.
Don't worry, I'll find it.
I know you will. Best of luck.
I mean, it flickered a bunch of times, which isn't ideal, but it stopped. All right, let's check the log file. Is it still doing it? All right, not this log. We want the SS2 log. Where is that? SS20. Reload. Yes. Calling handle hot swaps. Yeah, did it a whole bunch of times. Like, clearly there's a problem still that I gotta sort out. I wonder, and it all happened within the same second. I wonder if I need to just put a block on this. Where's my outfit manager script? I wonder if I need, because like maybe the unregister isn't happening fast enough, and maybe I need to do something like at the start of this, do like a check, like have a is actor swap processing list. Okay, I have an idea how I can fix this now, because like that's obscene how many times it's triggered in such a small range. Right, but let's give it. I want to give it a few seconds to see if it generates more logs. Okay, it didn't generate any more yet, so I think all I need to do is put in like a buffer to prevent it from running multiple times on the same person in a short period of time, and that'll fix it. So, because it seems to have stopped itself. So maybe there's something that, because my game is fairly stable, it eventually breaks itself out of this loop, just happenstance, and like maybe in some people's saves, it never gets to a chance where, like, what is it? I have a 1 second buffer before it registers. Yeah, utility.wait 1. Like maybe it's such that it generates so many things and they can never complete fast enough, and then by the time before they're completed, one of them gets through and re-registers for the events, and it starts to cycle anew, something like that. So it should be easy. I'm sure you coders know what I'm talking about. Basically, I'll have like some sort of, as soon as this runs, pop this person into an array, and like test that array. If it's got the person in there, then just like exit the hot swap. Be like, no, don't do it right now because there's one processing, something like that. Okay, so I think I should have this fixed for Friday. I'm not going to do this right now because I'm really tired. It's almost 1 o'clock. I need to go to bed and hope that insomnia doesn't strike. But guys, this was a lot of fun. I hope you all enjoyed it. I know way different than usual. And we got some interesting info. Like, I feel like I didn't the only bug I solved was the one that I had already solved just before the stream started, but we got some good information. I got some a couple of new threads to tug on later for stuff that we can fix, excuse me. In fact, I'm going to put that in my notes to do. Put in array to store actors being processed and prevent double processing. Okay. I will put that in my list. I know there might be some problems with that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. Let's see. Let me unhide some messages, see if I missed anything. Bummed to let Berman get away. Okay, guys. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Presumably next week we'll get back to normal, just play stuff, and hopefully by then I'll have some more of these resource issues worked out so that we can finally try out some of the missions and stuff in HQ, because that was one of the things that had me certain that there was some resource code issues still. But guys, anticipate a patch on Friday with some of the stuff we showed, particularly the HQ radio stuff. And in fact, I'll have a new public beta sometime tomorrow with just like the last fix I added today and some of these resource code improvements. And hopefully we'll get this mod on a good track. I'm trying to get as many of these bugs worked out before Chapter 3 as possible, so that we have like a good, like not building on a house of sand. I would like a sturdy foundation to be adding this stuff on. All right, guys, I am taking off. I will catch you all next week.